What's going on, ladies and gents? The usual suspects of Friday evening. What's going on? Let's jump into this here. Get a sound check. See what we got here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. Jump it in there. We get about 50 in there watching and 16 thumbs up. All right. See what we got here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. Jump it in there. All right. Sound check is good. Let me scale you with my appearance. What's going on, guys? What's happening? Oh, yeah. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late. Trying to get some things done here. Oh, yeah. Making sure we're good. Everything is good. Alrighty. Just had to get my eyeballs here. Oh, let's see. Usual friends and family in there this evening. Renee and John Beck. Renee von Oosterhout. What's going on? Let's see. Mimi Rias, good evening to you. Photography, Light, and Magic. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Blue Flash is in there. James Cragen. What's going on, James? MG Toes in the house. Lane's in there. Hi, folks. It says hi, folks. Was that Ian? Trying to see. Let me make the screen just a hair bit bigger. Okay. Ian. Let's see. Bush Corey, what's happening? Dean, Brazil, what's going on? Noodles, what's happening? Daryl Harrod, what's going on? Good to see you in there from Colorado this evening. Philosopher looking for extraterrestrials. What's going on? I think we all are, aren't we? Looking for them aliens out there. And again, they don't necessarily have to be alien, as we put it, just like, the little gray guys with the walnut-shaped eyes or whatever the heck they were. Let's see. I'm not sure why that was like that. Pork Garden's in the house. Chris Blake is in there. He says, hey, hit that like button. Bardo M, what's happening? Let me see. Kyle Harvey's in the house. What's happening? And Habit Mars is also in the house. Said, greetings, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well this week. We are in Shreveport, Louisiana, trying to get home for the weekend. Might not be a bad idea with all the craziness going on, right? Pete says he's giving me the weather report, as always. Let's see. He said, hey, Chris, everyone in the chat tonight from Buffalo, New York, 58 and Claire. We actually hit 80 degrees Fahrenheit there today. Let's see. It's down to 67 now. According to this weather station on here, it's my dew point is down to 47, so it's going to be roughly around 47 degrees tonight. Of course, that thing can change as it's dropping a little bit, but yeah, usually a good guidance if you look at your dew point. Let's see here. Noodles in Vancouver, British Columbia, sunny, cool. I said PC. Hold on. Let me get this off the screen too, which is not helping things. All right. Where were we? This thing just jumped on me here. This thing just jumped on me here. Mars Times is in there. It says, hello. What's going on, Mars Times? Elaine Millard is in there. What's going on, Elaine? And Jerry McDonald's in there. I'm not even sure how you even pronounce that, but he said, so good, man. Streaming also. Wonderful images. Good night from Germany. What's happening? Gary 420's in the house. Rolando Alves, what's happening? Says, hi, Chris and gang. Architect Net's in there. What's going on? Oops. Hate when this thing jumps like this. What's going on there? Mr. Jimmy Roberts says, hey, y'all. Adam's in there. Mike Knapp's in there. Josh D's in the house. Dave Gresham, I'm sorry. Read that fast. John Holt's in there. Oh, James Holt. It just jumped at me just as I was reading that. Tony P's in there. What's going on there, Tony P? LS6 SS, what's happening? Hey, man, happy Friday, brother. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Jack Lambert's in there. Made it. Sup, y'all. Chris, hope all is well. Absolutely fascinating last few vids. Just overwhelming evidence. I believe so. John Sharp's in there. John Sharpie in the house. What's happening? Jimmy said, here to support one of the few true realistic researchers out there. Well, I appreciate that, Jimmy, and I feel the same about you. And I'm sure you were aware that Dave and I were talking. Mr. David Gannett. We were talking about what you were passing on to him, what you were talking about. A little thing maybe going on the side here. I'm definitely down with it. And I'm sure, like I said, I don't know if you talked to him after I did, but I had a meeting with him. Yesterday we were talking about different things and stuff like that. Kyle Harvey, thank you much for your support, man. I appreciate you. And you said 74 degrees in Columbus, Ohio right now. That's not bad. I mean, I went down to 67, but, you know, I try to keep my weather station away from everything. In other words, you get the center with the wind and all that. I got it way up above a roof and off to the side, so this way the heat doesn't influence it or anything like that. So it's pretty accurate. It's pretty good. Third Eye Open is in there as well. What's happening? Like I said, Mike Knapp's in there. Let's see. Just looking at what you guys put in. Photography Like Magic, just putting that, just checking it out. Photography Light Matter said he was talking to Pete, but you said, yes, I think we all should chuck in a few dollars, pounds, and build a rocket and get the F off this unclean planet. May not be a bad idea. It's crazy. Slick 902, 70s in Nova Scotia today. Beautiful out. I'll bet that's really nice, man. It's, that's a comfortable temperature, 70s. I like, if it could stay like 70s year round. How many of you guys are with me on that? Like 70s, you know, maybe closer to 80, you know, decent amount of humidity, nothing bad where you like sweating the second you walk out the door. But, yeah. No, you're not, Kyle. You're pretty close to me. Well, within reason. I mean, I can't throw a rock at you, but we can, it's definitely not that far away. Frank Michaelos is in there. He said, greetings, beautiful day here in Western Pennsylvania. What's happening? David Clark says, yeah, a heat spell. Yeah, we're supposed to have another 80-degree day tomorrow. Now, that's not hot in comparison to, like, Florida and where Jimmy's at in Texas and things like that, but it is, that's pretty good, man, for, you know, for being in November. That's not too bad. Ian, you said Mars X3D, great channel, too. Absolutely. David's always had some awesome stuff, just like Jimmy does. You know, he's just true to it. No BS involved. You know, not things that are so far-fetched that you're like, oh, really, what? And he's just like I am, where I like to say, listen, this is what I think it is. What do you guys believe it is? In other words, no jamming anything down your throat. It's just, hey, here it is. I found this. It kind of looks like that. Again, we can never vet any of this stuff. But what do you guys think? You guys make your own conclusions, and that's what I love about the way he does his channel as well. Very well-spoken, great channel. Again, just like Jimmy. And just get to the heart of it and get it done. And, you know, just come out with what you believe is the truth. I mean, you're not trying to con anybody. You're just saying, here it is, guys. I mean, what is it? Come to your own conclusions. And but the idea is to see this stuff. And again, you know that it's probably not, natural, if you will. So, heck, 90% of the stuff you look in some of these photos, my God, you can clearly see this stuff's not natural. Tony B. 20 would be a heat wave in London, UK. You got that right. But are you talking Fahrenheit or are you talking Celsius? Andrew Haberman's in the house. What's going on? You said 70 degrees Fahrenheit here in Toronto area today. That's pretty comfy. Noodles, no, I haven't. You said anybody seen Mr. MBB's UFOs lately? I go on there. I check his channel every now and then. He's got some good work. I like it. Let's see. Photography, Light, and Magic. He said, I saw a wee alien, I'm not sure what that's, spreading a load of poles with the name Trump. Must be a fraud. There you go. Again, I forget exactly what your name is in English, so forgive me, but you said, Chris, a bit off the topic, as American, can you tell me, are the elections really a fraud? Here the people are wondering how a person who is at the end of his medical health will be supported by the U.S. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into too much because to me it's just, this is not the, the floor for it, but, all I can say is that, the elections are nothing to give you the illusion that you have a vote. Because everybody can vote, but when it comes right down to it, it's kind of like this. The electorals get it, basically the last say. And, there's so much voter fraud and all kinds of garbage going on. It's he said, she said, blah, 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 back and forth. So I look at it this way. Whoever gets in, gets in. Really can't do too much about it. I mean, we can go out and vote, sure, and then see what happens after that, and just hope for the best. Whichever one whatever side you're on, hope for the best and see how it works out. That's just the way I look at it. But to me, it's just it's a sham. Now, as far as your local, politicians, you have a big say in that, right? Because it is actually your town, your whatever it is that you live in, city, town, whatever, and you got your governors and stuff like that and your leaders, and that you have more of a say than you do as far as presidential-wise, or your leaders, because I'm sure not everyone is a president in all these other countries, but whatever it may be. But, yeah. So I'll just start down here. MG Toy said, I really like the Vertex channel. Yeah, you guys keep mentioning that. I think I've seen it one time. Somebody had suggested I jumped over there, and it seemed like I had some good content there. The only thing I don't like, and I think I said this to you guys, is that a lot of times they'll use photos out there that are on the internet, which is good. In other words, like if I give you guys a link, they could take the link and then go get the picture themselves and then just put it on their channel. There's nothing wrong with that. Some of them, though, they're actually enhanced already from one of these other researchers, and they're putting it on their channel. To me, that's a little wrong. You should give these people at least props, and I don't think that he does, or she, whatever it is. But as far as any photos from NASA, they're open to the public. In other words, anybody can take them. It's nobody's photo, right? So, but if I was to take somebody else's work, I'm going to make sure that I actually, say, well, this is from so-and-so. In fact, I got a Mars video coming up that has something that was a find from somebody else, but I found some other stuff, including that particular anomaly. So, I try to give it, 100% as far as, like, if it's not my work, I let people know. That's the only fair way to do it. But I noticed on some of his work, or his or her work, that has some of the, like I said, other people's enhancements. I don't think that's cool. Now, I'm sure they don't do that all the time, but I found it interesting. It's a good channel, though. Pete, I'm with you on that. You said, I hope the moon program goes on as scheduled. Absolutely. John Schaub, said, Chris, the Russians have a Mars mission. How do we see the progress? I don't know. That's a great question. Anybody else knows? I mean, do you guys have seen any of the news? Because let me move this camera a little bit here so I'm a little bit more centered. But I know how you guys hate the fan. I don't know if it just drives you guys nuts because you can see the motion behind me or what. But let me just see how this works here. It might be way over. I'm going to try and move it over here a bit and see what happens. That's not too bad. You can just barely see the tip of it here. Mimi, you said, or you asked, Chris, have you heard about the mysterious radio signal spotted in the Milky Way? Not sure. That's not one of the FRBs, right? The fast radio burst? Wasn't one of those, was it? Oh, is this recent? Because I don't think I have if it's recent. The real Jimmy Roberts says, we will entertain ideas from any gurus that may be able to help us get around the ghost banning that we are receiving. Yeah, exactly. We've noticed that. We're getting, like, really throttled down on there. I mean, I've had the same amount of subscribers since, like, 4 or 5 months, and that's crap. I'm not the only one. A lot of people are getting the same thing. You know, like I said before, they pretty much categorize you in the, conspiracy theory. And I've always said, listen, it's not conspiracy if you can back it with facts. That's just the way I look at it. Now, again, like I said, when you use examples like 9/11, if you use, Kennedy assassination, whatever it might be, that, I guess they consider that more because it's like people really go off the deep end with it, right? Now there is some facts into both of them. A lot of times it's not always facts that are being thrown out there, so I guess they would consider that. But to me, this isn't, because just like, Jimmy and David, like myself, we're showing these things and we can back it up. We show you the photos. We show you what it looks like. Here it is. We present it. I don't see how that's actually, considered conspiracy theory. Again, I like it a lot. I'm seeing you guys talking about the last video, moon video I just did, and I put it on my Mars Anomalies page, where this thing's right smack dab in your face. And I didn't even notice this thing, guys. I was just, like I said, I told you in the video, I was just kind of like, well, okay, let me edit the video. And that's the last one. I guess you'd call it the first part to it. It was on my Lunar Anomalies and Beyond, the last video on it. I decided this one here needed more views, so I put it on my Mars Anomalies. And, like I said, I was just kind of editing, and then I said, let me just watch the video through in case there's any errors I made. And I look at it, and I said, are you kidding me? I totally missed this? Wow. So I had to jump into that, and that's when I made the second video. And this stuff is right smack dab in your face. I'm being truthful, I haven't seen anything that looks so realistic like this thing does. Not to blow my own horn, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, I've never seen anything like this. And all the times I made moon videos, I've seen things that, look like structures and stuff, like the first part I did. You see like little structures and everything else, and stuff spanned across an area which is probably 2-3 miles in length at least, or 5 to 10 miles on the ground, spread out. But I didn't see those. They were in the shadows. I went, well, something's weird here. So after doing that, I was just like, wow, I'm totally blown away here. Let me see here. I thought about that. I'd like to get on there, Tony P. He said, Chris, how about you on Coast to Coast? I'd love to get on there. I was jokingly even saying that to my buddy Billy Carson. I said, hey, man, why don't you hook me up? He said, I can do that. So, I'd love to be able to do that. A lot of these stuff needs to be aware. A lot of the work, like Jimmy does, David does, I do, a lot of the researchers do, it's not just me, that people need to start seeing this stuff more and more. And I think it's just crazy how, just not enough getting out fast enough. And I think you guys would agree. It doesn't matter, because I know you guys watch a lot of channels. It's not just mine, of course. you must be saying to yourself, wow, I mean, I wish this stuff was more mainstream so a lot more people can see this. And that's our frustration, because now we're being throttled back. Let's put it this way. My Lunar Anomalies channel is growing faster and getting more subs than this channel is faster. Think of that. So, of course, it may be due to a lot of people like our nearest satellite, the moon. So it makes sense. But still, you still should be getting, subscribers. Because I really haven't done a, Mars video in a little bit, right? So, but that's going to change, of course. In fact, I got one coming up. It won't be a long one, but it's still going to be there regardless. Lionheart Glasswork says, you should definitely be on Coast to Coast. Yeah, I'd love to. And that may happen. We got some things coming up. Like I said, all three of us, both, Jimmy, David, and myself, they actually, David brought it to my attention what them two were talking about, both Jimmy and him. So, like I said, I'm down with it. We can do something there, make this thing big, and any contributions we can do to help each other out would be great, John Beck, thank you very much, sir, for your support. Always appreciate it. And I always love your comments there on my channel and the videos that and your comments that you share. Much appreciated to you. He said, come on, people, bang them like buttons. Bang, bang. Hit it. Custom Tailored One, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Somehow I must have jumped right over you, or you just got on there, one of the two. Michael Stark's in the house. Michael Stark, he said, I've been combing through that 60s Orbiter PDF, and there are so many structures, buildings, bridges, statues, dishes, not dishes, but basically intelligent inhabitants all over. Yeah, I mean, and these are the things that are like I said, they're right smack dab in your face. And like I said, I didn't notice it until I noticed something was like real straight. Like you see a shadow, you go, okay, if it's a straight shadow, is it possible it's on the side of a mountain? And that's what you're seeing. You see the shadow of that said mountain. Very good possibility. But then I saw the other one that had that weird square rectangular in a vertical position, and then there was one right behind and right below it, rather. I was like, oh my God, look at this crap. Two structures sitting on the side of each other. You won't see that. Excuse me. Ian, thank you very much for your support. Do appreciate you. Said last moon video was incredible. Those massive structures are insane. Thanks for bringing us this stuff, Chris. Well, thank you. And again, thank you for your support. Yeah, I mean, remember we were talking about in that video, we were saying, man, those things must be stretched out to like miles, right? And then we saw the other ones on the very right-hand side and said, wow, those must be big. And then the ones in the very back we were looking at, and I said, it looks like, has like a rectangular top to it or roof to it, but they look like they made it real bright, and it looked like it was like a dual level something or other, but it looks like just like a framework of it and not the whole structure. So when I looked at that, and I said, again, I wanted to highlight that one as well. That's why I did that one as well in the video. And that weird-looking wannabe, I don't even know what I don't even think it's a crater, but it looks like one because you can see what looks like dirt or something in the middle of it or inside it. But to me, it had this weird edge to it, and it just didn't look right. So I decided to, brighten up everything. But when you look at that thing overall now, when I highlighted and brought up the exposure on each of these parts and then back out, everything jives now. You can see that stretched out area with all the structures on it, the two large buildings. You can see what looks like that. Somebody had said, and I don't know if it was it you, Tony? One of you guys said it looks like like a bunch of piping you would see at a refinery, oil refinery, and that's what it looked like. And, a lot of people agreed and said, yeah, man, absolutely. So, yeah. And I think even Sarah was in there and said that. So, I mean, it was just crazy how much the stuff that's there. I believe they're actually roadways, like they go up and over, like overpasses. It's just because it's so large. And they don't look roundish, but then again, they are highlighted quite a bit, so maybe that's distorting it too, and maybe they are, so it's really hard to tell, right? James Cragen, thank you very much for your support as well, as always. He said, Chris, bang on, man. The lunar vid has massive evidence and massive structures that are clearly visible. I would love to see you on Coast to Coast, man. Yeah. Definitely going to kick it somehow. We're going to get it done one way or the other. I agree with you, Jimmy. You're saying it right there, like mine was. My channel went from increasing 150 to 250 subs a day for over a year to deadlocked. What they've done is stop promoting as suggested videos. Exactly. When you guys... Now, here's the weird thing, and I know Jimmy will agree with this. If you were to jump on one of my... Let's say you didn't get a notification of a new video, but you decided to look at one of my old ones, right? You click on it. All of a sudden, you look on the suggested side, on the right-hand side of the videos, you'll see more of my videos. But some people say, I never even got a notification. Don't get a notification of live feeds. Don't get it. So if you're just browsing through, let's say, another space video, doesn't matter whose channel it is, doesn't matter. You click on it, you will not see anybody else's videos suggested in there. Imagine that. So I think that's crap, and I think it's sad that they're doing that. So I guess the idea of free speech, that's out the window, right? Really nice. All right, let me see. Pete Ferreri said George Nori, Lebanese born in Cairo. Nori means the light. All right, show of hands, how many people want, Jimmy to do his own live feed? I think he'd be really good at this. And I know he can do it. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Yeah, John, today I am. Because I got the subscribe button on the right, so I decided to jump on this side this time. Chris, your left-hand drive. It's so confusing because I'm used to being on the right. Let me see. Oh, you guys are just conversing back and forth. Exactly, Lionheart. You said the same thing. You said, I never see suggestions for real Jimmy Roberts videos anymore, rather. And it's true. It's kind of like... Tony, I see yours too. You said, not me. Okay, it was a different Tony. But regardless, it's like you just don't see these anymore. And I think that's not right because, again, free speech. And as long as he's not doing anything, really sick or, demented or whatever. You know what I'm saying, guys? I mean, why would it matter? Let it go. I mean, again, we're not talking about something that's, so controversial, although in some people's eyes, we don't know if this is coming from way up, as far as letting YouTube let them know, say, listen, here's the guidelines. Why don't you go ahead and shrink these people that are doing anything to do with the moon, Mars. Go ahead and just throw them under the same category. This way to get less views, so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and do that. We don't know if that's coming from above. We have no idea. Oh, yeah, Jim, you need to check that out. That was absolutely stunning stuff. And again, I hate to blow my own horn, but I've never seen anything that stood out so far. I mean, it's just like, boom. I was like, wow. And I think it was more surprising that I found it. Not so much the structures, but I found it. And how it was hidden in the shadows. When you first look at it, you just look at it and you go, it looks like a shadowed area to me. And like I said, I think everybody would agree on that. Now, some of you guys said, well, you seen look like something. And like I said, when you looked at those... I'm going to call it at the very side of it. It looked like those kind of like rectangular ring vertically. I was trying to actually brighten that up, and I said that in a video where I was trying to brighten it because it looked like it was on the side of a cliff. But then as I looked at it, I said, let me just circle around this and bring up the exposure. Whoops, almost knocked over the mic. Bring up the exposure. And when I did that, boom, mind blown. I was like, I never even expected to see that. But I'm glad I did that. I like that. Yeah. My wife says that my sick and dementedness has nothing to do with Mars anyway. Although it is kind of fun to mix it up a little. James Cragen said, Chris, let's be honest here tonight. How could anyone who sees what is clearly visible in the videos from this week and last be in doubt about what is clear evidence of past civilization on the moon? Yeah, I mean, and I agree. I mean, you cannot say that these are mountains. There's no way. Unless they're just being, purposely oblivious. And I think it was, I'm trying to remember who it was that sent me this, but it doesn't matter. But they said, Chris, how many civilizations do you think lived on that moon? And I said, honestly, I don't know. I truly don't. To me, it seems like, again, this moon, and obviously it's ancient time says it was towed here, it was brought here, and there's a time without the moon. But remember we talked about how they said, 65 million years ago, our solar system was a different part of the actual universe or the galaxy, wherever part of the space. So is it possible along the way, other people would do the same? They'd, other civilizations would visit the moon. Oh, wow, somebody else was here, blah, 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 kind of like what we're doing now. And they looked it over and said, oh, wow, this is cool. What is this? Other civilizations have built maybe on top of theirs, just like we've done in ancient times here with the Mayans. Because they'll tell you, in the Mayans, they had, their original, pyramids, and then, of course, they're built on. So the original one is there, and it's been built on top of that. And then you can see newer civilizations build walls like Angkor Wat, where you can see like there's awesome carving and building and everything else. And then you see these kind of sloppy stones like other civilizations came along and just kind of threw it into the sides of the walls and everything else. So we don't know if that's the case, and it could very well be. I don't know. There's no way of knowing this. You can just purely speculate, right? Thank you, Kyle. Much appreciated. They are intelligently made. Absolutely. There's no way around it. Thank you for your support, bro. We can do that, Jimmy. He said, I'll do live, but only if both Chris and Dave, show up as first two guests. I'm down. Let me know. Absolutely. Douglas D., what's going on? He said that goes with what Buzz Aldrin said when they floated around the moon. A ham radio operator picked up his conversation with Mission Control. Yes. Now, of course, they deny that no, they never did that, so on and so forth. You got to remember, these guys run 2 meters, right? So, ham operators can pick up this stuff with ease. I mean, it is what it is. Just like you can listen to the ISS, the International Space Station, which is on 145.800, I believe, on the 2 meter band. So you can listen to that all day long. I put on my scanner periodically to see if I can pick them up. I got it locked on their frequency. And every now and then you'll hear them come in. They're just real, real faint. Shh, and then they come up and they just bury the damn signal meter. And these guys, from where I'm at, because I got an outdoor antenna, from where I'm at, they could be in Michigan and they can bury me. They can bury the signal meter. I mean, and then, of course, they fade out. Because they come in, you're about 7 to 10 minutes you can hear the conversation. Sometimes it's in Russian. Sometimes it's in English. It depends. It depends at the time who's talking, right? So, absolutely. Yeah, Kyle, I remember seeing you drop this comment on the actual video. You said, I'm a construction worker 30 years in the game. They are intelligently made. There's no denying it. And I totally agree with you. Brian Norton, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, yes, Jimmy, make it happen. Custom Taylor 1 says, yeah, last night's video was amazing. That video should put you on coast to coast. Just think, you go from being a YouTuber to and national stardom. I don't know about all that, but I mean, my thing is, and I was, again, Dave and I were talking, and I said, you know what, it's not even about the being popular kind of thing. It's a feel-good part of the movement that you're trying to get this out. That you're trying to get this information out to more and more people to make them more awaken or awoken. So that's what it's really all about. Because if you can do that, you've done your job. And I've said this many times. And I'm sure Jimmy's the same way, and I know David is. So it's like you're part of the movement, and if you get more and more people to want to analyze these and check it out, then that's what makes it all worth it. And that's what I'm down with, you know? Noodle says, real Jimmy Roberts, for moderator, let's start. Now, call Dave. Oh, that's too funny. Well, I didn't even thought of that, Renee Vaughn. You said, or Van rather. Chris, I am 100% sure that the object with those racks or legs underneath can lower itself so that nothing can be seen. I didn't even think of that. That could very well be. Jerry McDonald said, I showed my workmate, who is a skeptic, the moon video, and he was scratching his head and said, that's a big-ass building. LOL. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've showed people myself. I printed it out in, Kodak paper and said, oh, what do you guys think of that? They looked at it and said, what is that? And they're looking, and they said, clearly they know this, because they're scratching their head going, that doesn't look like Earth. What is that? And, what's up with the structures and stuff? I said, oh, you noticed that? They said, yeah. Of course, I had it highlighted and, of course, exposure up. And I said, yeah, that's on the moon. Now, what? Because nobody's aware of this. They just go about their way and go, oh, yeah, we get the moon. It's out every night. It's like a natural, night light. This is great. And that's what they do. They don't even think to go, I'm just curious about it. I mean, it's because it's so, mysterious. And, when you tell people that and you show them a picture, they're like, what is that? They're totally blown away. I know how much you love that saying, Jimmy. He said, awakened, awoken, awoke, whatever. Just don't say woke, please. Oh, I love it. I know you've said that before. Awoke. Woke, rather. Yeah, I know, it is kind of, it's that new way of talking, like, we're just going to drop some syllables and some, some vowels and all kinds of stuff, Pete Ferrero says, you're right up there with Project Enterprise. Well, again, it's like I said, the bottom line for me is let's get the truth out. That's all I care about. And if more and more people start seeing this going, wow, this is just incredible, then, then they start doing their own research, and then the snowball rolls, and how that goes, right? And that's what we want. James Cragen, you said, Chris, it could be that, be what you had said many times before, that NASA didn't stop going up, and still using whatever is constructed up there from before by whoever or whenever. What do you think, man? Yeah. Again, it's kind of like Mars, right? If there's actually structures there and they're not in ruins, like we see a lot of things that are in ruins, looks like it's been toppled, been washed over, so on and so forth. If there's structures there and they're sound, meaning they're not ready to, they're not going to just fall down the second you lean against it, then why wouldn't they use it? Absolutely would use it. I'm sure there's areas where there's no structures been completely ruined and, or in ruins. So, yeah, I would use it all day long. It's already there. The same thing would apply if you went to the moon and you are seeing these structures, especially those darn structures. Oh, my God. Guys, how wide would you say the base is to that? When you look at that 40-mile crater and you see the bottom of that thing, that's like 10 miles wide. Are you kidding me right now? You know how big that structure is? And it looks like it's like 20 miles high, or tall, if you will. Now, some of you guys stated or suggested that maybe that goes deeper into the ground. There's no way of knowing that. But yeah, I mean, how do we know, right? We don't know. Because it looks like it's on the side of that actual said crater wall. In other words, you got this piece of land, you got the crater to the right, and these things are setting right there. So how do we know they're not a lot taller because of the ground itself on the left-hand side of it? We don't know. They could be much taller than that. Six, what's going on? Good to see you there, man. He said, hey, Chris, hope you're well. I love your work, man. Awesome displays of some great anomalies. Well, thank you, Six. Good to see you in there, man. Been a while since I've seen you in there. Oh, I hate when this thing jumps. Kyle Harvey, did we see the 10-mile pyramid in the ocean here on Earth? I seen one a while back. I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about, Kyle, but this went back years ago. They were talking about some kind of giant pyramid under the water. And this thing was well deep under the water. And it was giving off some kind of weird light or something like that. Was that the one you're talking about? Or was that the one was it the one off the coast of Japan? I'm trying to remember what the hell that was. Was it the Unigami? What the heck was it? I forget what it is now. You guys will know off the top of your head. I got like a bunch of things running through my head all at the same time. I don't know. Well, I'm talking about as far as height-wise, as far as base-wise, Kyle, because you said I beg to differ that that crater is 40 miles. It looks more like less than 20. I don't know. I mean, according to it, as far as the description, it says it's 40 miles in width. Now, if it is, in fact, 40 miles, then the actual base of that structure, now, I don't know if I'd say the second one's the same width. We don't know. We can't see the whole structure, but that one there, it does appear, and here's the funny thing. Let me just backtrack. You know, when you see the little tiny structure, you go, that could be anything. But this thing is gigantic. Both of these are gigantic, and they stick out like a sore thumb when you bring them out. And to me, if that thing is 40 miles, it looks like that thing is easily 10 miles in width. And that's just my opinion. But again, according to the actual description, it is actually 40 miles. Now, are they throwing wrong numbers? Anything's possible. I mean, because we know NASA would never lie, right? Yeah. Anyway. Ian, you said the moon is the ultimate secret hiding in plain sight, isn't it? Well, it is, but it also has something to do with, NASA, how they like to manipulate photos, airbrush, and everything else, right? So, it's, you know what I'm saying. They love to, even back then they were doing it to these photos back in the 60s, because this came out, and I'm trying to remember who it was that said it, but because on one of the comments I said, yeah, well, this is posted, the photo I had done, was posted in 1970, but most of these were from 1966 that the photos were taken. So this goes back some years, but at the time they were actually airbrushing, putting acetate over these photos, and dressing them up, and well, I'm going to use the term cleaning them up, according to them, so they can hide most of the stuff, put everything in the shadows, make it darker. You would be none the wiser until this thing jumps out and slaps you in the face. Then you can actually see it, right? Great question, 786 Auto. Good to see you in here, by the way. He said, I want to know what is parked in the garage in those moon structures. Can you imagine? First of all, if these things are that immense, oh my God. I mean, you stop and think, okay, how many people or whatever can live in those things? Are they kind of like what we have here on Earth with NASA, where we have these giant structures where we house these rockets or build them and house them? Is it something like that? Is it like a giant, lunar high-rise? I mean, it sounds silly, but how many apartments could you fit in that damn thing, right? I mean, it just goes on and on and on, man. It's just like, it just raises a lot of questions, and that's the whole thing. And thank you, Otto, for your support. As always, I appreciate you. You know that. And you put, hello, Chris. Barter M, you said, Chris, have you seen the Apollo 11 documentary on Netflix. I was baffled about the video quality in 1969. Yeah, it's amazing how, like, it's almost like the video quality is decent, and it looks pretty darn good. But keep in mind, they remastered a lot of these, right? But it's really wild because the ones that are, I'm going to use the term, I'm just going to say that there's nothing to see in those particular areas. Photos look great. Video looks great. Second, there's something in there, all of a sudden you got these whited out hills, supposed hills, low res. You know, some of them are fantastic, some of these panoramas that they've done. And then some of them are just, you look at the photos, they're piss poor, they're dark, they're whited out, wow, I don't know. It's just crazy. Tav, Derek, Baker, what's going on? You said some of the structures on the moon are synthetic. Exactly how you mean synthetic, though. I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain degree, but I'm just trying to figure exactly. Because we don't know what they're, made out of. And here's another question, too. Because somebody had commented on there and said, wow, it's weird that these are black structures. Now, is it because it's black and it's blending in with the actual shadowing and that it's not, being messed with and censored and they weren't trying to blend it? That would be weird if these things were purposely made black to absorb sun. What do you guys think about that idea? Does that sound a little far-fetched? Or do you think there'd be a purpose to that if they made it black? Okay, Kyle. Yeah, he said Unexplained Mysteries on YouTube is where you'll find that pyramid underwater. Okay. Oops. Douglas D. Those buildings on the moon must be the factories where they make the green cheese. Interesting. I never thought of that. Never can tell. Gotta love it. Mimi Rack says we should all go together and check out what's inside the moon garage. Now, here's the question. If the Apollo mission astronauts seen anything that looked like that or that size, it all comes together now that they looked that distraught when it came back during that actual press conference. Would you guys agree on that? Again, I would probably have to change my drawers once I came back or even before I came back. It's like you get back in there. Any guys, you guys got to change your drawers I can use? Because we're going to need it. I mean, come on. You can't even imagine the enormous size of that thing. When you see on the left-hand side, it looked like, again, all those laid-out structures, and much, much smaller than them giant ones. If those things have a span of like 10 miles and spread out 10 miles, okay, and you're this little bitty little thing on that next to those small ones, can you imagine looking up at that thing? Wow. Can you imagine if you were standing next to one of those? There's just no words for it. There's absolutely no words. And if they clearly, well, according to that, they never landed on the backside of the moon. But if they seen it in person, that'd be a mind-blowing situation right there. Because you'd be like, look at the size of this thing. That's insane. Oops. How you doing there, Colleen Barnes? Good to see you there. He said, like I said before, it looks like a massive docking station. I'm not sure because I don't know if he was saying I don't know, because it kind of like stopped at that message there. But absolutely, I mean, it could very well be something that actually, it goes into that. I don't know. I mean, it's wide open for speculation, of course, but. To me, it's just, what could be housed in that? Is it like, just about all of the civilization lives in that darn thing? I mean, it's a possibility. Of course, I wouldn't want to have a asteroid strike or something like that hit that, because that's the end of that. That's the end of that population. Marcus Peters is in the house. What's going on there, Marcus? Oh, okay. You mean it was made by them, Taff? He said biosynthetic robots. 6, you said, sounds just right, Chris. I mean, again, all we can do is speculate as to what they are. But as far as speculating if that thing's a structure or a mountain, no, there's no question. I mean, it's right there in your face. Mimi, you're right. You said no wonder they were so shocked. I would have been too. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I look at this and I just go, if I was there, then, and again, this is before we seen these large structures. I'm looking, okay, I'm looking at the comparison of that area that was stretched out, and you can see the structures and whatever else laying there. I'm going, okay, if this is 40 miles wide, okay, this would have to be at least 5 to 10 miles stretch on the flat ground there. Okay, my God, and picture yourself walking along this area. That's quite large. When I seen them structures, I went, wow. I mean, again, how do you fathom that? How do you get your mind to wrap yourself around that? Now, don't get me wrong. You can go to some of these places like in Mumbai where they have these huge structures. It would dwarf those. It'd be like you'd be living in a tent to the size of these things. I mean, it's just amazing how big these things are. What's going on there, Pete's Vlogs? What's happening? Good to see you in there, man. Whoops. I don't know if I said hello to Leslie Warren. Good to see you in there. Mr. Frack Centurion's in there. What's going on? I guess Limey's in there because you said hi, Limey. Mr. Limey Watches in the house, I guess. I don't know if I've seen him. Time to hit the subway. Let's see. Max K, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, hi, Chris. So many sightings. Are people becoming more aware of, or is it nearing contact time? That's a great question. I mean, it's kind of like people are seeing it more and more and more. Now, again, is the government building their own stuff too? Because remember they were talking about there could be this kind of, I don't know if you want to call it a scare, right? Where they were saying that they're going to make this up. In other words, it'll be ours. Excuse me. It'll be our spacecraft. We're going to make it look like it's from some civilization. And it's to keep more people scared and they're in more control, right? Is it possible it's that? But more and more people are seeing these things that are just flying above their head. And this is stuff that's happened not recently. This goes on years and years ago, right? So to me, I mean, it's because more and more people are getting more and more cameras, right? Because back in the day, you only seen very, very few any kind of photos because it's not like, not everybody had this large Polaroid Instamatic, right? Not everybody had one of those. And if you go back here, of course, there was cameras long before that. And of course, ancient times didn't even have that. So they actually depicted what they seen, whether etching, drawing, hieroglyphs, whatever. Writing in Sanskrit, the whole nine, right? It could very well be, though. I don't know. Glenn Judd, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, hi, Chris. Bush Corey said, them structures in that moon video are big enough to house city-sized colonies and store agricultural fields like an arc of the earth. That's a good comment, Mr. Corey. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, man, I don't know. I see these things and I'm just like blown away, Have you guys seen Jean Ward's latest video? Guys, I'm going to show you this photo. I took a snapshot of this. Okay. Check this out. Now, again, this is Jean Ward's. This is not mine. Look at this. I love this. I'm going to take my face off this so you guys can see this better. Okay. Check this out. Look at this middle photo. Let me see if I can do this here. Do it over here. What kind of stone would have these things? Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like a couple little ones, 7, 8. Look at the shadowing on them. They're quite tall, standing off of this, looks like a megalithic block. But you can see the shadows. They're all individuals. What's the chances of that standing on this this block? The same one over here, the top one up here. Check that out. there's always like the slab. It could be a rectangular piece, some kind of weird shape that you're looking above because he is looking at satellite views. And you can see there's always something smack dab. Look at this one here. The one on the bottom. Look at the shape of this thing. It's got a nice, pretty decent 90-degree angle. And it's got this piece standing up, and clearly you can see the shadow to it. What are the chances of seeing this, especially this one here? This one blew my mind when I watched this video. How many guys seen that? Elijah Judah. Big Chris, he says. What's going on, man? Good to see you in there. Oh, Renee Vaughn. Okay, yeah, you said first. I said yes. I first said 2 kilometers, Chris, but did not hear you say that crater 40 kilometers. Well, it's actually I think it's 36 kilometers and 40 miles wide. Was therefore certainly 15 to 20 kilometers above the surface. But the building also goes into the depths, and it kind of looks like it does. I think you're right. That's why I said like, it's got that ground area where it looks like it's going up in the back or into the sides of these two. So yeah. So you guys have seen this, Josh D and Kyle, his latest video. This to me is just astounding. That's why I love the way he's doing these satellite views because there's so much to see in these. And again, what's the chances of seeing these? Almost all of these megalithic blocks, they have always something standing straight out of the top of them. There might be more than one. So what are these things possibly? What's the chance? Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. These 3 almost perfectly in a row. This one's a little offset. And then you get the other ones on this side. What are the chances, guys? And what do you guys think this really is? Frank, megalithic Lego blocks. Mr. Bobby Pentland, what's going on? You say, hey, Chris. Is that my voice? I just jumped here. Where did it go? And good to see you. Good to see you, too. Bobby, how you been? Hope you're doing well. Let me see. I should be able to do that. Let me do this. I'm going to give you guys the link to it. If I can get this thing down where it's supposed to be. Okay. Here is the link to Mr. Jean Ward's channel. Check his stuff out. Awesome, awesome stuff. If you guys haven't subscribed, go to his channel and subscribe to it. I think you guys will think that's absolutely awesome. When I seen this, I was like, what? How in the hell? That's just cool. I mean, you see some really weird stuff. Now, I've stated this before. I said, is it possible that they built into stone? Think about it. It makes sense. If you're worried about radiation, you got sand or block above you, you're not going to get any kind of radiation, common sense. It helps keep you at a certain temperature all the time. So why not? And it doesn't mean they can't be high tech just because they live in stone, right? Think about it. Thank you, Mr. Archetype. I do appreciate you. You said, hey, Chris, this is a payment of the fine for being connected to the live stream and not actually paying attention because my pal has kept me on the phone all the time, tuning in properly soon. All right, man, that's no problem, but I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Payment of the fine, I like that. 6, you said, looks like a structure for sure. The large plate of rock has placed on top of the walls by giants. My thoughts anyways, LOL. Well, again, we don't know how exactly. He shows exactly. That's what I love about him, too. He actually shows like how big he thinks these things are. So, which is cool that he does that. But when you look at that, you just go, how is that possible, man? How is that, I mean, you can tell these things look like they're lined up. They don't look like they're, just sporadically thrown on top, like just boulders laying all over the place. They look like they're purposely put together like that. And like I said, the one on the bottom is pretty much the same way, right? I mean, it doesn't have the 6 of them, but look at the way you can see these things they're quite high, and of course it depends on the angle, right? The one on the bottom kind of strikes me kind of weird because it has that hook. See the shadow? And it has something right here. You can see it's just light gray sticking out of the very corner of this, and it looks like it may hook around, but we can't see it because it's in the shadows. But look at the shadow itself. It kind of hooks around and comes back. And it actually, well, it's a little hard to tell, but I was going to say it kind of looks like it's off the ground here a little bit, but there's no way of knowing that. But these things, you can see even in the shadow in this middle one, you can see these things, the shadows, these pieces are actually standing up off the shadow. See that? And this one as well. So this is pretty much, I would say dusk anyway, because you can see the way the shadows, depending on how tall they are, they're going to cast a bigger shadow, of course shorter, smaller. But yeah. But again, guys, check out his video. I think you guys will like it. Really, really interesting stuff. So I can make this just a hair bit bigger and get rid of that. There we go. Caillou said, yes, it looks like a hanger. Let me see. Yeah, Mags K, you said if they make contact, they would come bearing gifts, gain our trust, then take over. Earth must be desirable, no doubt. Yeah, but, like I said before, I mean, it's a great comment. But to me, and maybe I'm wrong, I would think at some point, if they really wanted to, they could have literally taken us out a long time ago. Especially before our technology, right? Long before we became, spacefaring as far as going to the moon. I would have thought long before, it's like, wait a minute, they don't have any technology. Really, no, they just got primitive ways to protect themselves. Let's take them out now. I mean, you'd think they would have done this a long time ago because you can bet that these aliens known about us for millions of years. So if they really wanted this planet for themselves, they could have easily annihilated us. I mean, what do you guys thoughts on that? What do you guys think? Bobby Pentley, you said, I thought those knobs were for electricity like Tesla was working on. Oh, you mean like the actual the towers themselves? And again, speculation, we just don't know. We have no clue. But to me, when I was watching this video, I'm just looking, I'm going, what is that? And why? Boom, I have to stop it right there. I've got to stop it right there. Like I said, it's when you're doing ground level photos like I do, then you got him doing these satellite views. It's a great, they kind of go hand in hand. It's a great way to do that, right? Kyle, you said those are structures, intelligently made structures. Those are structures intelligently made. Absolutely. Blue Flash, your question was, what aliens are most afraid of? Cameras. It's just, again, for all we know, and this has been said long before I'm saying it, is that these things may have been flying in our skies for years upon years upon years and upon years. And, somebody might look up and go, oh, look, what is that thing in the sky? No way of knowing. We can't take a photo of it. We can't take a picture of it, at least back then. But now we can. So now with, media all over the place, social media rather, you've got people with cameras, phones, all this kind of stuff. It's no wonder why this stuff's coming, more and more to light. We're starting to see a lot more of this, right? 6, you said high tech comes from some very intelligent entities. It doesn't have to be housed in anything other than what is normally used. And I said the same thing. I mean, we live in a lot of brick buildings. Think about it. And yet you can have the best technology out there. You know, the most awesome TV out there. You can have whatever, whatever. Now, if you're some kind of research area, you're in a brick building. I mean, it's not like you're in some kind of weird, you know, structure nobody's ever seen, made out of some material nobody's ever seen. So you can have high tech and still be in something primitive. So, you know, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities, right? Robert Rice, he said, tremendous amount of UFO sightings currently. Yeah, I mean, it's like almost every day somebody's seeing something, right? Now, I'm sure some of these are like, maybe they don't have a really clear view of it, and they're looking at it and they're saying, you know, they're looking, saying, man, it looks like a UFO, because it is unidentified, right? And a lot of times you don't see it clearly. So these could be something that's already a phenomenon that we already have, right? So it could very well be. And then some of these things are absolutely things that look, you know, when people get a really good picture of them, they're saying, wow, these things really do look like it's not from here, like it's not ours. So, yeah. Josh D says, 50 need to hit the thumbs up or I'll come to haunt you. Good one. Yeah, we got 150 watching, 108 thumbs up. Yeah, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and like it. Ian, you said there's a good chance we wouldn't understand their tech, rather. Imagine showing someone 100 years ago an iPhone. True. We wouldn't know. They would look at it and go, oh, look how primitive that is. Think about it. You know, right now we get what are we up to, the iPhone 12 or some crap now? You could go on and on and on and on until it's like, you know, they're going to make these things so they're actually in your head at some point. You just have to think about it. Boom, you're connected to a Wi-Fi, or it's basically got your own phone service. You just think about something. Oh, I'm looking to look up something on Google. Boom, it's going to be like, you know, you're going to be able to see this in your head. You're going to just be able to download all the information right there. It's not going to be on some little handheld device or anything like that. But, and then you look back and somebody will have one of these phones. It's like, oh, way back in ancient antiquity, we had these little crude, devices, and it's like, to us, it's like high tech right now. You know, it's like, wow, we're the bomb right now. We think we're all that. Yeah, you know, you have to look at it like, you know, it's kind of like when we look at ancient stuff now. When I say ancient, I don't mean ancient. I mean like if we look at like the Model T, or the old phones, or, you know, I show some kids. I go, hey, what do you think about this touch-tone phone? They go, what is that? That is stupid. Back then, it was cutting edge. You had the rotary phone, then you went to touch, the regular touch button, and you just dial. I mean, really. Bobby Pentland, thank you very much for your support, sir. It is appreciated. He said, Mars, way to go. Well, I do appreciate that. Pagan, thank you very much for your support. It is appreciated. Your question is there an estimate on the size of that natural-looking computer chip? Again, I left a link on there, and I'll go ahead and leave it again down here. And you can check it out. It's his very latest video. And if you haven't subscribed to him, go ahead and subscribe. And there it is. I just dropped the link again. Check out his channel. And like I said, if you want, sub to it and go ahead and ring that bell. And the funny thing about it is, this is his latest one, so you won't have any problem trying to find it. And I didn't look to see exactly what its size, because I went by it and I stopped it right there, and I said, well, it's getting late. So I ended up running out of the room doing something. But anyway, I grabbed this because I thought this is insane. But he's got other good stuff in this video as well. And so I didn't catch the part where he said exact size. So check it out, and I think you'd be astounded. You know, they're decent size. They're anywhere, you know, these things, I've seen them like 10 feet to 30 feet. Or, you know, you're talking like in 3 meters, you know, if you want to call it that way, 10 feet. You know, it's just crazy, some of the stuff you see. Now, some, you go, it's just a block, it's no big deal. But a lot of the things he finds are literally like it's got like 90-degree corners on it, like almost all 4 corners. Okay, what's the chances of that? And then when you see something like this in the middle of the screen, you're just going, okay, what? Really cool stuff here. And, of course, this is the video, the photo I just did. And when you look at it now, everything laid out on the actual lunar surface, oh, yeah, this place is absolutely bombarded with all kinds of structures and things just laying around, man. It's just, again, we were doing this area right here. And if you look at this crater on the right-hand side, it's supposed to be a crater within a crater. So I'm not sure that's an actual crater to begin with, but let's call it a crater. Whatever they did, they built into this thing. And if you look over here, just right of this other left circle here, where that supposed crater is, look at the stretch, how stretched out that is. That's at least, if you were to measure this, kind of throw this whole section right here into that, that's like 20, 30 miles. So picture this little tiny little person walking amongst this area right here, and then look at the size of these structures. Are you kidding me right now? That is insane. And again, if our astronauts seen these things, it's no wonder why these guys came back baffled. I don't blame them. Jack Lambert, size matters, I've been told. Claire Mead, how are you doing this evening? Good to see you. And he said, hi all, bit late tonight. You're fine. Don't worry about nothing. Glad to see you in there. Phil Cox and daughters Jessica and Kelsey Brown, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Adam, he said, do non-believers say it's interesting that most photos, UFOs, are crappy quality. Who is not to say that they have tech to block us seeing them? That's a good possibility. Maybe some of these things, like some kind of electronic field or some kind of field around it, it kind of distorts the photo itself. You might have a really good camera, and when you go to take the picture, somehow it comes out looking lousy. Just a question. I don't know. But to me, that's just crazy. Like I said, when this was blended in, it almost looked like this whole dark area, it didn't have really anything in there of any value. But when you see this like this, oh, no way. Leslie Warren, yes, I've seen Art Alien, an insect nest life. Life on Mars is real. NASA, big fat liar. I mean, yeah, even I've done videos where it looks like little insects flying in the air. Now, can you see this insect? No. But what you see is a motion blur behind it. I've seen them going up towards the left and up. I've seen them going towards the right and up. And people will pass it off. Maybe it's some kind of micron of dust. And it's a good possibility, absolutely. I don't doubt that. What I do doubt is that why is it just the one? If it's that windy to pick up the dust and it's right next to the lens, then why isn't there many more? And yet you don't see that. So I don't know. Architect Net, you said inspect area between your down point and your left point arrows. I know, I've been looking at myself because you can see right in this area. I actually pointed this out. It looks like, you look right here. Let me see if I can bring this in. There's something laying right here. I don't know if you can see that, but it has this weird rounded piece right here. I don't know if they're multiple pieces or what they are, but check this out. And look at this ridge right here. You can see it looks like almost like a flat area. And there's like one side, and then the lower piece has another side. Check that out. And something, like I said, they do a great job of trying to cover this stuff up. You got this piece right here. See the way that is? Goes up like this and comes back down on the right-hand side. Goes straight across on the left. Comes back out a little bit. Goes across and then back down on the left-hand side. Yeah, come on, guys. James Cragen said, Architect Net, you're talking to him. He said, you could be right about Richard C. Hoagland, but he was up against it with who you're speaking to. I have listened to him on Coast to Coast Radio in many an interview, top A stuff. Yeah, I mean, looks like that could very well be, right? Architect Net, he said, this looks like a George Lucas Star Wars scene. Well, I mean, and here's the thing. Where did they get the inspiration? Is it possible he got an insight of something? It's just a question, right? How do we know? But these things have to be absolutely insanely large. That's pretty much all you can say. Robert Rice, you said, what's your guesstimation of size? Well, again, they claim, at least on the description of this, from here to here, this crater on the right-hand side, that's 40 miles or 36 kilometers wide. It's supposed to be, the way they describe it is it's a crater within a crater. Now, I don't know if they're counting on the side here, because you can see like a little bit of shadow or whatever, but to me, this would be the crater. Okay, if that's 40 miles, again, you can see the ground right here, this whiteness right here. I'm going to zoom into this a little bit. You can see the ground right here, and you can see these things drop below this landmass. I guess it's land. And yet, look at the size of these things. How big is this? If we were to go from here to here, even the top part of it, right from here to here, how wide is that? I mean, look at the crater. I mean, you're talking like 10 miles wide, 20 miles high. I mean, and if not taller than that, because we have the land, so we don't know how big this really is. I don't know. Again, this, if you were to lighten up the whole thing and do all of this comes in and it just makes sense now. Absolutely makes sense. Jack Lambert says, just fascinating. I'd want to go and explore. Would leave immediately. No doubt. Definitely want to check it out. Oops. Brian Norton, hate to say it, but this picture reminds me of a crazy Canadian with a temper problem. Of course, Chris, you do it way better. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see nothing like this in a lot of these because, again, unless you're inspecting these photos, you'll never see this because this is on the other side of the moon. So you would never see this with a telescope, no matter how big it is. Because, again, you go to an observatory, you wouldn't see it. It's as simple as that. So only these guys were, they were privy to what they've seen on there because they're on the back side of this and seen these. And, of course, you can see the sun was actually shining because you can see shadows of these things. So clearly it had sunlight or some kind of light coming down. So, yeah. I'm trying to see what you're talking about, Seeking Truth. You said, I'm talking about the bottom of the picture, that dark thing going across the screen at the very bottom. That's an object. We're talking about down here? There's something down here. I'm not sure what that is. It's in the dark. I probably should have lightened that up a little bit, too. There's something there. It's got some kind of mass to it. Or it's just my eyes playing games because it is shadows, right? Now, here's the other thing, too, I'm just thinking about. This might be the crater that they're talking about right here. There's a crater within a crater, and this is supposed to be 40 miles wide. Still, because this is much bigger. You can see how from here, and then, of course, it goes off the screen, this might be the crater within a crater. To me, it doesn't look like it's in the crater. It looks like it's on the very edge. But let's call a crater in the crater. This is much bigger than this one here. Still, that is an immense size set of structures sitting there, and the one in the back is as well. That is crazy. Six, you said those look like some kind of industrial use structures. Absolutely. Messy Ending, you said, could these be the tops of the metal mass that have detected under the surface? I don't know. I don't know if that would, because clearly you can see them. You don't have to actually go searching for them. Or they're like sensing them under the ground, because clearly they're there. However, if they are living underground as well, and we believe that they are, no way to prove it, but if that's true, and a lot of these are underground, meaning there's structures underground, maybe bases underground, maybe that's what they're sensing. But clearly you don't have to go try to sense these. They're right there on the surface. Let me zoom into this side here. I'm just kind of curious here. Let me see. Yeah, this almost looks like there's something over here on the very left of this circle as well. See that right here on the... But even inside here, you can see what looks almost like a multi-level structure right here. And you can see what looks like little pieces right here. You can see something right there. That's weird, man. Just wild-looking things you wouldn't expect to see on a lunar surface. You would think hills, craters, dust, boulders. You would not see anything like this. At least that's the way we've been told. That's all that's on the moon, and that's it. And yet, you know, you see things like these. Hell, I didn't even have to do anything with this right here. And just this area spread out right here is enough to give it away. And then, of course, that in the back was all in the shadows, but we were able to bring that a little bit. I don't know. Nathan Bond, you said you could tell they're not man-made. They look too advanced. Well, to build something quite that large. Now, again, you know, people go, well, I mean, there's no way we could build that. I don't know. Because whatever you bring there is not going to weigh the same thing it weighs here, right? So think about that a minute. It's almost like if you had a car that weighed, you know, what is it, like 1/6 of gravity. If you had a car that weighed, let's say it was a subcompact car, weighed 2,500 pounds. Okay, what would it weigh on the moon? Do the math. You could probably pick the thing up yourself. At least a good majority pick the front end up like it was nothing. So, you know, structurally wise, let's say a typical I-beam, and of course those things are heavy as hell, what would it weigh on the moon? So you could probably build something quite large. Now, I have to agree with you. These things have probably been there for thousands, maybe millions of years. We don't know. Have no idea, but clearly they're there, right? Mimi Reaction said retractable towers. That's a possibility. I don't know. It's interesting to hear different views of this because there's no way of knowing truly what this stuff is, right? But it's really interesting to see this stuff. Architect Net, it says, looks like a multi-tier golf driving range. Hey, they got to get out too, you know. Claudia with a chance of UFOs, big industrial air conditioning purification units, something like that. Maybe something for underground, maybe. Good possibility. But this is the question that comes to my mind. Before I even seen these other structures, the big ones, I don't care. Just this area right here. And you can see I actually made this one just a little bit. You can see it's just black and white. This area alone, we're seeing structures on the lunar surface. The smaller ones here, all stretched out. And this could be 5 to 10 miles in width, a swath of land. Okay. What are they? Are they flying back and forth to these structures? Are they driving around? What do you guys think? Because think about it. They have to get to these structures here and there. So is there flying things that they're using? They're clearly on the surface, so the sun doesn't seem to bother them? And you know there's no atmosphere, so whatever, it gets pretty darn hot on that surface. So how are they getting back and forth? How do they do this? Is it underground, and they're just traveling underground to these structures? And all you see is just the tops of them. I don't know. What's your take on this, guys? Robert Rice, you said the architecture is what amazes me. I totally agree. Max K said the structure looks like the crane in a container terminal, but on a massive scale. Yeah, true. What I thought was interesting is the way this thing has this hump on the top. You guys see this? Right here. It goes up and over. Like it's flat and it goes up and over that. And it has these two white areas like I showed in the video. But it literally comes up and comes back down. It's just weird how that is. And again, this looks like this. It looks like it has like this ramp that wraps around right here. I don't know. It's definitely shadows. You can see some kind of shadowing there. And again, you can see you got the upper vertical rectangular pieces or piece. And then you got one just at the bottom of it. You see that? That's how you know this isn't just simply, you know, just some weird trick of the eye. This clearly has some kind of, I'll put it right in the middle. There's one and then there's two. So this thing does go down quite far. You can see if it probably drops all the way down here. So how tall is this thing? And again, as in, when you consider the size of these pieces right here, good Lord. That is an insanely large piece of structure. Let me go all the way down to the bottom here. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. Well, USOs too. In between both sets of the arrows looks like an eroded building layout 2, middle top. Let me see here. Yeah, it almost looks like it's been blown apart or something's right here, right? See that? Like I said, I see things here that just... Again, you would expect to see on a smooth moon. Again, you see in craters, you see in boulders, all that kind of stuff. You're going to see that stuff. There's no question about that. But like you can see, very faint right here, you can see 1, 2, 3 darker circles in a row. That doesn't really mean much. But when you see things like this, I don't know, it looks like some kind of weird... I don't know if it's a structure or what it is. It has this weird round nose to it, but then it has this body to it. I don't know. It's like they make it very vague. It's almost like... Whatever it was, too, like it builds into side of structures. Like you look just to the left of this arrow here. It looks like this. It's like there's an overhang, and you can see something underneath that right here. I'll put it in the middle of the screen. Right there. Looks like an overhang, and there's something underneath it. You can see something almost looks like a V shape. This white piece, and it's in the shadow over here. But what is that? It's like they build into the actual lunar surface. And that would make sense if you're trying to evade or trying to, not be seen, but then why would they have things like this that are the size of these things? I don't know. Maybe if they build them, if they're black in color, maybe they're just blending more with the actual lunar surface. I don't know. Nathan, you said could there be breathable air on the moon? Possibly. You know what? What we're being told is absolutely not, of course. But how do we really know, right? Custom Tailored One, you said they look like twin towers. Really amazing. Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see that they're two different structures. One is smaller than the other. But either way, man, I mean, again, you can see these two whited areas on this one in the back. You see one here and one here. 2 round circles, or at least round, or at least white details. I'm not sure if they're completely round, but you can see them there. Right? I don't know. I like looking at the whole photo, because now you can look at the back, this one here, and all that is laid out right here. And of course this, I'm not sure if that's even a crater, to be honest with you. But whatever these things are, you can see the whole layout. This thing is a giant area full of structures, period. That's it. Bobby, you said, I thought Elon Musk was an alien. That's what people joke around and they actually say that. Maybe he is. Maybe he's disguised as a human. He's really trying to help out the human race. Try to get us a little further, if you will, right? Ah, yeah. This is what I found interesting on this. Look at this area right here. It has like this almost like structure right here on the top. It comes up, goes over, has a middle piece right there in the section, right in the middle. Comes back down and on the right-hand side. And like I said, you've got these weird little pieces coming off the right on the base of that. And on the left, it's doing the same. But look at the little pieces inside it, very faintly, but they're there. Here. And then you get the pieces behind all of this. Looks like structures or some kind of, almost like a pyramid built kind of thing in the back. But check that out, this thing right here. You can see it's right here. That's the top of it. You got the side, comes up, goes over, has a middle section right there, comes up and over, and back down to the right-hand side. What exactly these things are, I don't know. But they're clearly not just natural lunar surface, right? Kyle, you're right about that. You said it's not rocket science if you have already put all the pieces together. Totally agree. Brian on, golf on the moon would be the crap. 1,000-yard drives. Yeah, it's like, well, you're not getting that ball back. That'll be the end of that. Better bring a whole bag of them. Rachel Anderson, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Long time no see, guys. Yeah, good to see you back. Hope you've been well. James, he said, Chris, Jesus, man, look at what is below the 2 yellow arrows. I mean, come on, people. I am actually getting peed off because it's so obvious that I can honestly say it's the end game for me. Man. Yeah, absolutely. There's just no denying it. Let's just put it that way, right? Yeah, it's all welcome back, Rachel. She's been hiding from us, guys. Zagerman, you said, hey, Chris, do you think Trump will drop the dime on UFOs as he leaves? I don't know. Truthfully, I don't think so. It would be cool if he did, but I don't think he will. But that would be funny, though, if he actually was, like, going out of office, if he does lose. And he says, well, you know what? This is the real deal right here, guys. And he's kind of disgruntled kind of thing and just spills it, right? That would be pretty neat. Yeah, Pete, you're absolutely right. Great question. You said, wouldn't building in a crater kind of destroy the moon as artificial theory? Well, I guess yes and no, because if they're building inside the moon as well, right, and maybe they have both, life inside the moon as well as outside. Kind of like, a lot of people say about here, we have hollow earth theory, and that they build inside and there's civilizations here on Earth. And you know what? I don't believe that's out of the question, because think about this a minute. You've got these huge caverns that were either made by lava at one point, thousands, maybe millions of years ago, these giant caverns, so on and so forth. How do we know if there's not one under the deepest ocean, like the Marianas Trench or something like that? These things can go underneath, go up inside like this big air pocket kind of thing, and there's a city there. And they can fly around underneath there. It's so large. How do we know? How do we know, in addition to that, we'll go like sci-fi on you guys. How do we know that, let's say there's an actual civilization living under there. They get an earthquake. It kills the whole, civilization under there because clearly it collapsed and maybe it took on water and killed everything under there. How do we know? We just don't know. But I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities. I just wouldn't. Aaron Tech 77, it's crazy what they are hiding. Guys like you find it, so why hide it? Well, the thing is, I don't think back in the day, and I've said this more than once, that they were anticipating the average person to have a computer like we have today. Because remember, even our simple phone, if you got an iPhone or whatever, was more computing power than they had like on a whole computer, like a whole wall full of computers. So, you can have a whole room, it's a whole computer, and you got one of these little, what the heck were they used to call them? The little Blackberries, whatever the heck they were, the little tiny phones had just as much power as those things did. So they weren't anticipating everybody to have a computer, and they probably weren't anticipating, oh, look, Photoshop, they're going to be able to pull these photos apart. But now that we are doing it, then they're going, oh my God. So now they're going, what do we do now? Well, by then it's too late. So, if you're scrutinizing the photos, you'll find some interesting things. And this is just not just the moon, it's also Mars. If you just take your time and go through these and don't just glance over, oh, it's just black and white areas. Yeah, nothing here to see. Move on. Take your time. Look at the stuff. You'll find it. I'm not doing anything that nobody else here can do. I'm not. I'm no special than anybody else here. I'm just like you and everybody else. But just take your time to find it and you'll pull it out. It's really that easy, right? Rachel said I had a bunch of more of those dreams that I was talking about. Oh, interesting. You ought to get your own like blog spot or something like that and actually talk about it. I don't know if you have your own channel, but that would be interesting to actually talk about because believe it or not, you're not the only one that claims this and has these either dreams, visions, stuff like that. That would be interesting. I think everybody would be down to see that. Taff, you said when NASA makes an announcement, it means that they have already done it. And Elon Musk, the rockets are solid rocky decoys. Yeah, I mean, I think we all know. Don't get me wrong. There's the elites, all right? There's the people that are high tech, and I mean extremely high tech, where they're probably flying around, and you can see, like, what is it? Was it Japan or China just made it was electric plasma engine, jet engine. What? Now, let's suppose that this was done already a long time ago by top-notch engineers, scientists, so on and so forth. So is it possible they've done this not thousand, but years and years ago, that they've already been flying back and forth to Mars, like a lot of people claim. And, of course, back and forth to the moon. How do we know? The technology we're seeing right now is like, well, it's for, like, public consumption. Yeah, this is what we're doing. We went from the Saturn V rocket. Now we're trying different ones. We're slowly making it, everybody. But in the meantime, these higher elites are flying around in stuff that goes back and forth to Mars by like in 20 minutes or a half hour or a day compared to 6 or 9 months. So, yeah. If you guys jumped in and forgot to hit the thumbs up, please do so. It is appreciated. Phil C. What's going on? I didn't know you even jumped in there. Must have got in there a little bit later. You're saying good night all. Oh, I'm sorry that you're leaving. I didn't even know you were in there. But I'm glad you did stop in. Hope you have a good night there. Stephen Grilly, you said, Book of Enki, moon was a stopover like a station for the Anunnaki travelers. Well, they also claim that as well as for Mars, too, I believe. Like it was a stopover there, then on Mars. I mean, how do we know there wasn't like a jump, kind of like a lily pad jumping thing going on here, right? Like going from one to another to another to another. Or it wasn't just for mining, it was for actual living, like we do here. We live on this planet, but we mine it too for different things, right? We're doing all kinds of fracking, we're doing drilling for oil, so on and so forth. Diamond mines, whatever. How do we know? I mean, think about this a minute. You know, they could have done the same thing. Clearly, they have to live there. They can't just like, drill and just say, okay, just leave every time we drill and get some, whatever the after off the moon or Mars or wherever. They'd have to live there to do it. I can tell you, he said, I remember discussing the electric plasma engine with a friend back when I was in school, age 15. Huh. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that they were discussing back in the day, right? I remember hearing things about different, different engines they were trying. It was plasma, and then it wasn't until later, I think it was electric plasma, but all different kinds of just weird propulsion. So if that's the case, you know darn well that these top-notch brains of the planet probably have been doing this for years. I mean, at least that's my take. Thank you, Megs K. And Mags K, it's much appreciated. Much love to you. Aaron Tech 77. Well, I believe that they are on Mars and on the moon already. They are just not telling us. I truly believe that's could very well be the case too. Absolutely. James Smith, he said, "Def, one of my favorite moon vids. Chris, well done." Well, thanks, James. I appreciate that. Arnie Petri, you said, hasn't anyone come out and stated their manipulated pictures on behalf of NASA or another entity yet? Got to be getting close to some old age testimonials. There are whistleblowers like Ken Johnston, Sr. There's a bunch of people out there that claim and said that they actually are manipulating these photos. Now, they even said that back in the day that they manipulate them or censor them to be more aesthetically pleasing to the eyes. Now, to me, that means censor. Because if it's a raw photo, and as long as, I mean, think about it. These people that are on there, I'm sure they're trained a little bit how to use a camera. I mean, let's be honest. You're going up there, you're basically the eyes, because they didn't really have, they had live feed back then, but as far as quality, really good quality. So if you're taking pictures or you're filming, you're going to have a really good camera. You're going to adjust everything perfectly so you can get the right, amount of light into the camera, get really good video. Even if you're not taking video, you're just taking snapshots. These photos must have been pristine or pretty damn close to what they were. These Hasselblads weren't trash. And these other cameras that they used back then, they were cutting edge back then. Hasselblad still makes good cameras. They're like top notch. So it's not like they're garbage, and they never were. They take really pristine photos back in the day. And so, when we see something that's really trashy, come on. Because even back in the 60s, they had cameras, and everybody knows this, that could literally see a license plate on the back of a car from space. So why do we see these crap photos, even the ones on Mars, that just boggle the mind? They just don't make any sense. Let's see here. Emil Callie, you said, yes, there are cat aliens. Well, I mean, I don't know if that would be something like that, but on the other side of the token, how do we know that they're just something not really far off than what we look like? Again, if they're coming from a different planet, maybe it's a little slightly different gases that they breathe and everything else, and we don't know that. Their body may require more carbon than oxygen. We don't have a clue. We're going by what our bodies can take in, right? If we were just in an all-carbon environment, clearly we wouldn't make it. We'd die. But that doesn't mean every entity out there couldn't do that. We don't know. We only go by with what we can survive in. So we go, well, there's no way we could live on other planets. There's no way there could be life on other planets in our solar system. Why? Absolutely can. Things will actually, evolve to that environment, and that's pretty much it. You could have some civilization that looks a lot like us, but breathe more carbon than oxygen. Or they need a lot more oxygen or less. Maybe their planet has 4 times the oxygen density than we do here on Earth. Okay? And their bodies are built for it. They can breathe it all day long. Come here, they'd probably suffocate and die. We went over there, we'd probably be like, whoa, be lightheaded and faint. I mean, we don't know, right? Mervyn Gravel, you said, hi, Chris, great show. They could be the 2 twin Trump towers, or the twin Trump. Maybe that's what he's hiding. Yeah, maybe he's got actual structures on the moon, too. Damn it, Trump. Let me jump way down here. Alejandro Bertica, and I'm not sure the last name, 2018. If it is a city, why so many particular telescopes on Earth not see the city? Keep in mind, Alejandro, what we're seeing here is on the back side of the moon. Now, keep in mind, the moon is tidal locked, so it does not turn like you would think. Now, it can go back and forth, but it does not, at least the way you see it every night, it'll change a little bit, but it does not rotate, okay? So it's tidal locked. What you're seeing here in this photo is what they took a picture of. It's on the other side of the moon, the back side of the moon. So you would not see it with any telescope here on Earth. Tony P. said, I just ran my magnifier over the image again. Every time I find more and more. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Especially these little gray things right here. All these little gray pieces in here next to these arrows. And in the back, slowly go over this stuff. Even in the whiter areas, look at the lines, the faint lines within the white areas. Look at them. These have been painted over, guys. Just like the top of this roof thing, or whatever the top is of this structure. Look how, that's really, really bright. Now, I did brighten up because I brought up the exposure, right? So that's going to do that. But let's suppose, all of these other areas around here, it's the same whiteness. But it looks like they literally painted over that so that it would hide the top of this. It would blend in the ground with the top of this. And because that was in the shadows, it made it a lot harder to see, right? Tony P said, you bet they had cameras. Look up articles by Dr. Dwayne A. Day. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, again, these all were cutting edge. It's kind of like when they built these rovers. They didn't go out and get a camera for Walmart. I mean, you know, these guys, they were built by Caltech, where they're extremely high-tech, and I'm sure they're robust where they can handle extremely cold and extremely hot. Now, if you look at the rover on the 2012 rover, rather, I'll get it out, I promise. When you look at the Curiosity rover, that one there, you can see in some photos, you can see actually burnt pixels or hot pixels. It's when the camera actually does get very hot. Now, you think about it, you go, wait a minute. I thought they said it doesn't really get warm on Mars, yet the camera's getting so hot that it's got, you know, hot pixels in the photo. So it can do that. Basically, it'll drop a pixel or just kind of affect the camera a little bit. So I don't have a problem with that. But you know they put the creme de la creme of the highest tech because it's the eyes of what we're seeing. They're not going to put some trashy camera on there, although they claim it's only a 2 meg. I fail to believe that. I believe they could set it at a 2 meg, and it makes absolute sense. And that's what's given to us, the public. So when you try to open it up and zoom in, it just breaks apart. It's just too small. It's just like I said before. We got digital cameras. I got one that's just a little handheld. I'm not talking about my phone. And I can go from, 2 meg up to 12 megs. And that's an older camera, but I can go up to 12 megs. So I can make the photo pretty darn large, right? Good quality. It looks great. But that doesn't mean squat, So they can say, yeah, we got a 2 megapixel camera on the rover. Okay. But what can you adjust it to? That's my question. Rachel, you said, Chris, that image on the right almost looks like engines, like 2 turbine exhausts. That first image on the right pointing down. Oh, I know. It does. A lot of people have said kind of, not the same, but they're saying they're structures, but either some kind of loading dock type thing, or, and that's a great way of looking at it too, depending on how you're seeing this. And I can zoom in just a little bit better. I want to keep this so we can see these. What looks like, it looks like almost like roadways to the right of this. You can see, like I said, it looks like a bridge type thing, and you can see the shadow underneath it here. And you got the overhead right there. It looks like actually little roads and twisty turnies and all this other crap. But then you get down the left-hand side, you get the other structures laying spread out here. So, yeah. It's not really hard to tell, but clearly these things are huge, whatever they are. And again, I believe that they go past this ground, because you can see the way the ground comes down. It's coming down like a hill kind of thing. It's high and it goes down to here. And these seem to fall right behind this. So they are quite tall, whatever they are. Dave Range, you said the white looks like snow. Chris, have you tried to lessen the contrast? Now that's a great photo and a great presentation. Yeah, I've done that. I've brought it way down, but unfortunately, of course, you bring down the darker areas, and we're trying to see a balance of both. Here's a perfect example. Look at all the little things right here. Get out your magnifiers if you guys have them handy. And if you're on a big computer, you won't have to do that. But look at these little areas right here. Look at this round ring. Okay, it's a white ring with this dark circle. It's not a circle, it's a hole. Look at the bottom. Has a shadow of that ring, and it's white in the center underneath it. So you can see the sun's actually coming down. It looks like this from an angle. Right there, you can see that right there. See that? And you can see this other black ring right here. Look at the little pieces, intricate little pieces. Looks like almost like an oval opened up structure here. It's almost like these whited areas are tops of structures or something, and everything's built inside them. See that? Power Player 1979, again, and I think I made a mistake on this, because I was saying this, that the way they say it and describe in this photo, that it was this crater here was 40 miles or 36 kilometers in width. But I believe they were talking about this one here. And of course, you don't see the whole thing, and you just see the wall here. So I'm guessing it's probably, It's probably another quarter size larger than this one. And, of course, you got it says a crater within a crater. Again, I see that off the side of the wall, but let's call it the crater in a crater. And that's supposed to be 40 miles in width. Well, you know, if you were to lay this thing down, if this thing is much taller, from here to down, it goes down further than past this landmass, how tall is that thing? That thing has to be like 10 miles tall, 20 miles tall. It's just crazy. Clear Media said, to the left of the two arrows, I can see another couple rectangular items. Looks similar to the others. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about right here. It's like right in this area right here. Is that what you're seeing, Claire? And it almost looks like right here, this white piece right here. It almost like the ground's been buckled. It's just weird because it goes up like this, comes back down. See that? Like I said, sometimes you just need to take out a magnifier. Of course, if you're on a very large screen, you don't need to do that. Here's another piece right here. I don't know if you guys can see this. Right here in the middle, well, I'm going to put it in the middle, right there. It looks like something sticking out, and it almost looks like it has a round base to it. But again, look at the white lines, guys. Look at this. Right here, straight. This one comes over like this, comes around. You can see it right there. Comes up, goes across, comes back down. Guys, there's structures all over this area right here. And I didn't bother to bring those down because I was more concentrating on the much larger pieces, right? And, of course, we have all of this down here. But it's the amount of stuff in here. Like I said, I think they airbrushed this or they just manually painted over. I'm not sure. But you can see the lines and the shapes very, very faint, but they're there. Right there. There's much more in these photos than what we're actually looking at. Let's just put it that way, right? Space Force, Girl Force, JJ West fans, what's your views on the secret space program? Well, I don't think it's really secret, to be truthful with you. Back in the day, again, this secret space program, they went back in the 80s and they called it the Star Wars Project. And even back then, I remember hearing they were supposed to be putting, like, warheads on these things. They was talking about putting lasers on them. And these are on satellites out there in space. And again, what were they protecting the United States from if it was from the United States alone? Was it from aliens? Was it from other countries that we could just simply instead of literally going over there with planes or tanks or ships, could we just make their whole country a crater just by, you know, setting off a nuke or something like that from space? Who knows? But they're claiming now they got the new space program, the Space Force and all that, but this stuff has been going on for years, and you could bet this stuff out in space that's astronomically mind-blowing. But I shouldn't say but in addition to that, this is the reason why you never see any photos out in space. People go, oh, you know, they never show it in space. Then maybe there's a good reason for it. Because there's things out in space maybe the public should not see. And this is just, because you never see any other country doing it either, do you? You never see any country like showing things about out in space. You never see that. Why? What's going on there? Juan Garcia? Brian Norton, thank you very much for your support, man. I really appreciate you. You said, thanks, Chris, for the great Friday night entertainment. Appreciate all you do. Well, thank you, Brian. It is appreciated, and thanks for the kind words there, right? Let me get back to where I was. Pete Ferrero, he said, this photo really brings home the Verge, accord started by the U.S. to control behavior of moon exploration. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Bobby Pentley said, looks like a trap door. Oh, I mean, yeah, wow. Like I said, you can just look at the little pieces in here. Let me just back up just a little bit. Like I said, just things on the top next to this shadowed area. And this might be more structures, but I try to find something in. I believe this is a cliffside, to be honest with you guys, right here. Right? And then these here are inside this other crater. Now, whether it is or not, I try to bring it out, and there's nothing there to see. But yet, when I did these things popped. So, clearly these are here. This is, I think, is a cliff. Am I right? I could be wrong. And then look at all these little pieces inside here. This is cool. Like I said, here, almost has these other structures, of course, all over here. But it's just so much to see in these photos. And there'll be more done in there, trust me. Absolutely more done here. All right, Claire, yeah, you said, yeah, right there. Yeah, I mean, it actually does. It looks like miniature structures like these. Now, of course, these would be off in the background right here. She's talking about this area right here. Looks like structures standing up right there. You can see one that's obviously vertical. Looks like something roundish right off to the side of it. Something much taller on the side of it. Right there, guys. What do you suppose that is? Yeah, like I said, you could literally stare at these photos for like a long time and find some crazy things in here. Brian, you said, Chris, makes me super happy in a clearly screwed up world. Well, again, I'll tell you exactly. You know, I don't know about you, but I'm always preoccupied with this stuff here. Because, again, this is my hobby. And I know a lot of you guys are the same way. So, you know, I don't even bother watching TV. I don't care. I will watch some, but I don't get into it a whole lot. You know, it's just a bunch of negativity, a bunch of trash. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some good news that comes on there, your local news. They'll talk about either people doing good for each other or, you know, whatever it may be. And I'm cool with that. I'm down with that. But most of it's always, you know, there's crime here, there's crime there, all about this voting crap. I don't know about you guys, but I'm so done with this. I can't wait till it's over. You know, it's just insanely, you know, it's just insane. So, Mervyn Gravel, you said, hi, Chris. I work in aircon, usually 2 of everything. 1 for backup, some kind of air extraction. You know what? It could very well be. Again, if we're talking about something, let's suppose it's for part of the underground civilization, if there is, in fact, an underground civilization there, is it possible that that's what these are for? Air exchangers, circulators, these things that have to be quite large in this area. And if these things are that large, they're like approximately 10 feet at the base, 20 feet high, 20 miles high rather, how do we know? It would take something astronomically in size, and it may not be the only 2 we see. It might be more in these photos, not just this one particular, but others. So we don't know, right? It's hard to tell. It's anybody's guess as to what this stuff is. All right, Tony, jumping off. Tony P says, thanks, Chris, and everyone for a good evening over and out from London, UK. All right, Tony, thanks for stopping in, brother. Good to see you in there, and you have yourself a good weekend there, right? Arnie, you said, if any of what Emery Smith says is true, we all live in a Truman Show or something like it. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea that you can expand your mind and see things most people could give a crap about. You know, it's like, you know, when you see people, you know, what'd you do last night? Well, you know, I went home and had dinner. I sat in front of the TV, passed out, and went to sleep. Really? Now, of course, I used to do the same thing until I got involved with these long before I started doing videos. So I'm saying to myself, okay, but it's like when you start doing these, it's like you opened up yourself a whole new world and a new way of thinking. And again, I've always said this to people. It's like, understand this and really take this to heart. You are part of something much larger than what we can ever imagine. So when I see this stuff, I look at Earth and I go, yeah, it's a beautiful ball. It's great. You know, it's beautiful, but there's so much more out there we're just not aware of. And when you see something like this, it gives you a little piece of hope in saying, well, yeah, there is much more out there. We are not alone here. That, to me, is just awesome feeling. Where most people go, oh, so what if there is structures on there? Really? What do you mean, so what? I don't get it. How people just blow that off like it's not even a big deal. It's like, but doesn't that make you like puzzle you, make you want to ask questions? I mean, nothing? I mean, just, that's it. No big deal. George Mayer, what's going on? Good to see you. He said, hi all again. And Chris, great to be here. A bit late. You're fine. I'm glad you made it in there, George. Good to see you in there, man. Dr. Slap Happy Titles. I went to the moon on an acid trip in the 90s. Well, I'm glad you returned. That would have been bad if you got stuck up there. David Range said those towers could act like folding doors that span the V-shaped structure. Well, that's true. Sometimes, again, you look at somebody's, like, different perspective, and you kind of look a certain way, and you go, wow, I never noticed it like that. Like, some people say, hey, no, you got to look at it from this way, and, some people even said, flip it upside down and look at it differently. I'm going, I guess you could. I guess you could do that, but I don't know if I'd want to look at it any other way because it would kind of really throw everything off. But that doesn't mean that, it couldn't be the same way, but you'd see things a little bit differently. Who knows, right? Thank you, Mr. Louis Longbeard. Much appreciated. He said, Chris, keep up the good work. And again, let me see. Yep. He said, you're opening people's eyes. Well, that's the main deal, man. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people to really start looking at these photos, scrutinize it, and find it for yourself. I mean, it's like there's nothing more exciting. Let's say one of you guys pull these out, which you're perfectly capable of doing. Let's say you pulled it out, and you know in your heart and in your mind, you're going, oh my God, look what I just uncovered. This is amazing. And that is what's rewarding. If, like I said, I have people telling me, there's times where we sit in front of the TV with my whole family, we watch these, this is awesome. And then some people are saying, no, I went out and got Photoshop. I'm now ripping these things apart myself. I'm looking at these. My job has been done. It brings nothing but, gladness to my, just being happy and stuff like that. Just being happy, knowing that people are ripping these things apart themselves. It makes me glad inside, knowing that people are doing this. Because it's so exciting and rewarding to see some of the things you can find in these photos that, wow. It just is, you can put it in so many different words, and either way, the bottom line is, it's just rewarding what you can find in these. And a lot of people have done that. Chris, you wouldn't believe it. I decided to look at this photo myself like you did, and I found exactly what you did. But in addition to that, I found more. Awesome. I love to hear that. Bush Corey said, can you imagine the untouched photos NASA has of these? And think about how big these are if you stood next to them. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, where if the astronauts seen anything like these, even the ones, like I said, stretched out over here that are much tinier and everything else, they would have to be tiny standing next to these structures. So even those, let's say this is like some kind of lunar plaza, and you just happen to be walking around this thing, just that alone would be mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. And then all of a sudden you turn to your right and you see these two huge structures. Again, I would probably have to change my drawers after that because that would be insane. Oceans in space. Cheers. Martopian humanoids. What's happening? Leslie Warren, you said, LOL, I've been involved for 40 years, but we were secret true, Chris, but universe is diverse, and we are not alone. I don't understand others who aren't interested. They just don't see the bigger picture, LOL, acid trip. Well, again, I said the same thing because I'm saying to myself, again, I've mentioned this to some people. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people are very truly interested, and they'll sit down and they'll listen to you. They're like, oh, my God, I never thought of that. Wow, that's interesting. And if you show them pictures like this, they're like, their jaws hit the floor. And they're like, that's what? That's on the moon? Wow, that's crazy. So, and that's, I think, what people need to see. If you just talk to them about it, they're going, is this guy, or is this woman off their rocker? I mean, So when they see stuff like this and they go, whoa, wait a minute. That's on the moon. They're not just drumming this stuff up and pulling it out of their rear end. It's clearly right there in the photo. So that's what gets people thinking. And I've done this a couple times, either Mars photos or moon, and people just don't know what to say because they're not involved with them. They just, like I said, they go home, they sit down, they eat, they talk about the day's events. They watch TV, they pass out, get up, and repeat the next day. So really not a whole lot. A whole lot of people just don't get into it. And I agree with you, Leslie. People just, whatever. Rachel, you said, our history is nothing but fallen angels and all that stuff from historical events, yet people believe in this so-called God, and they are Christians, but they don't think God is an engineer. Yeah, I mean, I believe in, of course, everybody's got their own different thoughts, right? I believe, again, we have gods. I don't believe it's one singular. And I remember hearing one time before, somebody said, well, there must have been a beginning. Has to be a beginning to everything, right? So my thing is, and I heard this guy say it one time, he says, why couldn't it just have been? I mean, think about how weird that sounds. It twists your mind because you're thinking, what do you mean? It still had to stop from somewhere. How do we know that? How do we know it just hasn't always been? So, and even if it wasn't, and I believe it's like our ancient ancestors have said many times, that their gods came from the heavens. That's right, plural, not one, gods. Again, I said this before, if you were living back in before the Egyptian times, the Mayan times, and you seen something flying in the sky that wasn't a bird, and it came down and landed next to you, clearly you're going to bow down, these are my gods. Because they're seeing them they're doing something that you cannot do. They have gift of flight. So they are literally coming down. They don't know how you're doing it, but you're coming inside this weird vessel, landing, and you're coming out of this thing. I would bow down too. Clearly these people are superior to me. There you go. So that's why they call them gods, because they came down from the heavens. Now, of course, people have to try to interpret, well, they have different ways of interpreting, how they claim they came down. That's the whole key. But to me, there's multiple gods. Our gods are maybe, like you said, the engineers, kind of like Prometheus, and of course they were trying to figure out where their home planet is, who created them, blah, 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 blah. Because it goes on and on and on, right? To find the original creator. But like I said, what happens if the universe just wasn't always there, period? And it's hard for your brain to calculate that or just wrap itself around because you're thinking, well, everything has to have a beginning. How did this computer monitor get there? Well, it had to have been built. It had to have been created. That doesn't mean that, the universe was like that. We just don't know. We fill in the gaps with these God theories and stuff like that. Again, I don't believe it's a God, meaning, monotheistic. I believe polytheistic, meaning more than one. And I believe these gods were a lot like we are today. What'd you guys take on that? Looking at this little piece right here. Just I'm going to call this a cliffside right here. You guys see that? Put it right in the middle of the screen. That is weird. And you can see these other pieces on the side, like these two openings, like two hump type things in these white areas. See that? And you got this piece right here. Really weird. Every time you look at this photo, you just see something different. It's just weird. Mike Knapp's taking off. Have a good weekend, everyone, he says. Catch you later. Thanks, Mike. Same back at you, man. Have yourself a good weekend, and glad you stopped in. I agree with you, Corey. You said, how is it that not mainstream, how is this, rather, not mainstream news? It's amazing how people aren't interested and shrug it off. It's fascinating and mind-blowing. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. Nick B said, eternity is hard for the human brain to comprehend. Yeah, because it's kind of like, I said this before, and I thought about this one time. This was, hell, I had to have been in the 6th grade or something like that. I remember I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at the planets, and I said, wow. And of course you have void of space. Well, at least they claim it's a void. It's space. It's, but you're flying. Picture yourself being Superman, okay? And you're in this darkness, okay? You're flying going past the solar system, past other solar systems, back out to the edge of all of these planets, how it's still expanding. You go past that. There is no end. Think about that a minute. My hair literally tingled because I'm going, wow, there's no end to it. How does your mind wrap itself around that? There's no end. You know as well as I do, you get up off your chair right now, off your couch or whatever you are on, you walk, boom, you're bound to hit something. Your mind understands that. If you kept walking, you walk into a wall, a door, or a piece of furniture, or whatever it may be. But when you're out in space, you can keep going and going. There is no end. How does that make you feel? How does that just boom, mind blown. Oceans and Spaces say the universe has always been and will. It's kind of a good question, kind of weird thought, but yeah. He said, New Chaotic Order asks, what if men were the only creation of aliens, but women were already on Earth, evolved and alone? It's a sucky existence. Because here's the thing, I mean, even, how do the women get there? You know what I mean? Unless they were left here by another race. But you'd have to actually have children in order to have a race of women, right? So, yeah, that's kind of a weird thing, but it's an interesting thought to throw around. I don't know about you guys, and as I'm talking to you guys, I'm looking at all of this left-hand side. Look at the darkness of all these darker areas. Just take a close look with a magnifier. I'm going to leave it where it's at. Look at all these little individual little things, man. Wow. Just different shapes and everything else I'm seeing in here. It's just, wow. The more I look at this thing, I'm just more mind blown. Jack Lambert, you said the elite control the media. Big tech, petro, pharma, banking, etc. They know about ET. They cannot lose control over their sheep or their holy money. Absolutely. And that's what it really comes down to. I mean, if you went to this moon and you found a power source that we're not even aware of, but now can simulate it, and it would end all of the energy struggles here on Earth, it would be a game changer. Things would, companies would go out of business like instantly. Is that a bad thing? For the people that are working them, yes. For mankind, no. I just find it hard to believe that bettering, the Earth and people on it, that's not hurting them, that's helping them. And we can literally leapfrog, or I should say leap and jump, hundreds of years ahead with technology. Now, you can almost bet that they have it already in their grasp, but the actual person does not. Where there's countries out there that are starving, have no electricity, have no nothing, they probably have the answers to all that. And it would not surprise me. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. I kind of feel the same way. You said male and female are symbiotic on this planet. Yeah, because you need one. You can't have one without the other, right? Space Force. You said, thanks for the great chat, man. United States Space Force, 1980, over and out. Well, thanks for being here. I did check out your channel, by the way. It's pretty cool. Because I know you commented on on this video that I had done. So, but anyway, thanks for stopping in, and I appreciate you being here. James Bible, he said, are those pictures from John Leonard Walton or from Star Wars program? No, this is from the LROC, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Camera. And some of these, if you look at some of them from the Apollo missions. But I believe this is the LROC, and this is back in 1966. They took all of these photos, at least most of them, I would say just about all of them, and then of course they were uploaded onto that site that I give the link to, and it's on the NASA server, and but they're there for everybody to see, and it's just awesome. Mimi, you said it's late here. I'm taking off. Chris, thanks for your streaming. Good night, everybody. Sleep well and stay safe until next week. Mimi, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. You have a good weekend there, and be safe as well there, right? Leslie said, I guess you're talking to Jack. He said they are only elite if you think they are. I don't believe elite. Believe elite are elite. Well, when I say elite, I mean like the people in the know, the people that are totally secretive. People separated from the regular Joe public. So that's what I mean by elites. And people that they're like I said, they're in the know and they know all about what's going on, and they're totally privy to what's going on in the moon and everywhere else in the universe. And they know firsthand, whereas we wouldn't, right? I can tell you now, he said, Chris, we are going to get you and Jean on the Joe Rogan Experience. It will be an epic discussion on a par with Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. Yeah, I mean, I actually thought about that too, like getting on there with Joe. Oh, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. I'm just going down here. You guys are talking amongst yourselves, so I'm trying to find. Mars Times, you said a circle has no end. Right, just there is no end, there is no beginning. CC, My Harley D, what's going on, man? You said, Chris, Art Alien TV Joe is doing a 2 to 3 part series. It's a good one on Mars. Yeah, I think I remember seeing it. He already got the first part, doesn't he? I think that one's already done. James, you said, great picks, Chris. Seriously, I love your videos and your perspective on things. Well, I mean, I can only try it. It's like yourselves. You try to think of things in different angles. You can't just go with one way of thinking, right? So I try to reanalyze it and say, could I be wrong? Of course. So you try to think of different angles. What could this be? What it could not be? Just keep an open mind, but, you want to be scientific about it, too. You don't want to just like, oh, yeah, it's this, and just go off the deep end with it. But you want to say, if I was to sit down and think about this with other scientists, and of course they'd be much smarter than me, but I'd be going, well, I'm just going to look at it from a common sense, down to earth view. I mean, this is my view on this, and these are my questions, and there you go. So I think that's the only way to do it, Billy Park, you said, you asked, how can we ensure that the next astronauts going to the moon in 2024 tell the truth or what they have seen when they return? I don't think they will. They're not going to. Almost guarantee it. Because, they're going to be, they got the instant gag order. They're not to say anything, what they see. And it's just like the other astronauts. They weren't told. This is the reason why a lot of these astronauts would try to leak this stuff out as they got older. And, they were soon at the end of their life. And think about it. If you were totally had secrets that would absolutely blow the top off humanity's way of thinking, and you couldn't say anything about it, you'd want to do this before you died. I would totally say, listen, even if I'm dead and gone, I want this video. I made this video. I want you to put this all over the internet. I want it to go to news channels. I want it to go to here, and here. Do it all at once and bombard everything so people will learn the truth. I would so do that in a New York second if I was that much in the know. What would you guys do? Would you take it to the grave, or would you just blurt it out everywhere? Because at that point, as long as you don't have any family, of course, because they just tell you, well, if you decide to talk, and you're pretty close, or you're on your deathbed, we'll just go ahead and just kill off your whole family while you pass on. You may not. You may say, well, I don't think that's a good idea. Let's not do that. But what are your thoughts on that? Let me go all the way down to the bottom here, because clearly this thing is a little behind. It's muffled. It should be all right. Let me see here. You may not. That sounds pretty good over here, man. Oops. Oh, okay. CC and my Harley, you said, hi, Chris, and second part done, shown today. Okay, cool. I didn't see the second part, so I'll have to check that out. Oh, Dr. Z, you said the audio sounds great on mine. Okay. I see, Josh D, you're talking to Archetype Net about, SETI and everything. And listen, guys, there was, I know you guys heard this before, where they had supposedly interrupted a transmission or a signal from outer space. And I don't know how true. It was probably completely bogus. I don't know. And I remember hearing they said it was like a kind of broken up signal where they were talking, the people were actually talking, say, yeah, we need help. And, our planet, basically it sounded like they did it to themselves kind of thing. And that they were, please help us. And it wasn't a very long transmission. And of course it ended and never heard it again. Now this might have been total hoax. I don't know. But as well as I do, these FRBs, like I said, I called it the cosmic newspaper. Anybody who has a received these light, basically light signals, right? You receive it. There's might be like thousands of terabytes of information in that one flash of light, and the receiver picks it up, and of course it just breaks it down for you. Oh, here's the cosmic news. Now, that might be just completely sci-fi and completely, of course it is pure speculation because I don't know for sure. But just because we don't know what it is, because these things are like what, a split second? They're like a tenth of a second? Doesn't mean anything. Bzz! Information, boom. And you grab it and you know what's going on around the universe. How do we know? And like I said, the guy from SETI there, and you guys have said his name before, and I keep drawing a blank on his name. I get it, and then I totally forget. But these guys, he's saying, yeah, well, it doesn't make sense. It can't be aliens because, 40,000 or 400,000 light years away, we see it over there. But then only 20,000 light years, we see it over here. Okay, what does that even mean? We have radio signals all over our Earth. People either, I don't know if they even use them anymore, but you got ham operators. Well, he's in one area. The other guy's in the other area. We got people transmitting back and forth. Okay, does that mean it's not communication? So if it's light coming from one direction to another, they might be them communicating. Just like, let's say we were on Mars, and you always see these in videos, like in sci-fi movies, where you see like these people will make a recording to their family, and they'll send it. And of course, it takes time to get to Earth. They receive it, and then of course they get the information, and that person that it was designated to gets to watch it, and vice versa. They send it back. That doesn't mean it's not communication. This could be literally communication back and forth. Oh, it can't be that. Whatever. I mean, come on. Let me see. What did I miss here? This thing just jumped on me, so forgive me, guys. We'll try to get it back here. Rachel Anderson, you said, Chris, we love you. You are always so cheerful and down to earth, or down to the lunar surface. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate every one of you guys do, and I love you guys as well, man. Again, like-minded people. We're all sitting there kind of having a conversation. It's awesome. And this is what I look forward to. I look forward to saying, let's get in there, have a conversation, talk about different things, show you guys some stuff. You guys mentioned some things. Hey, check this out, and so on and so forth. And it's just awesome, But I'm glad you're back, Rachel. I really am. I thought maybe something happened here, and we don't want to see that. So I'm glad that you're back, and you're with us, right? All right, so cool. But I wasn't kidding about you should do some kind of blog or some kind of, because even just stories, even if you just kind of type them out and make a story on them, or if you do it live, whatever the case is, that'd be awesome too. People, you'd be surprised how many like-minded people are just like you. And I've heard many stories people talk like that. just have these awesome dreams or these, like they can project themselves into different, either the moon or Mars or whatever. Just awesome. Dustin Martin, did they hear it at the Green Bank Observatory? I'm like an hour from there. Well, I'm not very far from there either, Dustin. Of course, I think I'm a little bit further than you. I'm probably about 3 hours away from you, from the Green Banks. So, yeah, quite a distance. But, nonetheless, I'm not sure if it was heard through them. I don't believe that it was. I still want to go down there. I got to put that on my, not that it's a major bucket list thing, but I'd love to go down and check it out. But being everything's, closed down and they're not really giving tours, I don't believe anymore right at this moment. But I'd like to go out there and check it out. Yeah, Pete. Yeah, I think you're right on that. You said NISA. Oh, that too. NASA wants to land at poles. Hold on. Okay. NASA wants to land at poles. This avoids all of the old landing sites. Excuse is water for fuel development. Now, I believe that is true, but there's a lot more water on the moon than they claimed, and they're starting to see more and more of it. What I found interesting, and I think we talked about this last. I think we talked about this last live. Yeah, I'm almost positive it's the last Hangout. Where they said, oh, well, we see a lot more of it on the sun side of the moon. Well, isn't that everywhere on the moon? I'm almost positive. I could be wrong. But the sun does hit the backside of the moon as well, guys. So I'm not sure where they're coming from with that. So there's got to be more, water on this moon than they're even claiming. I think there's a lot more, to be truthful with you. And if that's true, that just helps us because it does help with fuel. They can use it for fuel. But there's more going on. Again, we've got China. I think it was China that went down to the southern part of the, towards the south pole of the moon. And, of course, I think it was a Chang'e 4. And you don't hear another thing about it. That was it. Went down there. Have a great day. And you never hear another thing about it. Well, we're just doing some little scientific studies. Yeah, okay. Sure you are. All right, let me go back here. It just jumped on me here, guys. I'm just trying to get it back. James, you said, Chris, you should have been on Joe Rogan, Coast to Coast, Ancient Aliens, and plenty more of those platforms that are made for you and your knowledge. A long time ago, 100%. That is a fact, man. End of story. Well, the closest thing I've ever been was on the Russian TV show. And you can look for it if you go to my channel, just type it in there. Mars Anomalies goes to Russia, and I think it's something like that. Some few years back, and I was on that too, and I was on there with that Jesus, what is his name? That guy that was supposed to be in the military was on Mars for 11 years or whatever it was, 7 or 11 years. He was on there as well. I love the way they say it, Christopher, in Russian, it's kind of funny, but that was the closest I've been. It's kind of like like what we have here, the Ancient Aliens of Russia, only it's their show. So it was pretty cool to be on that. But you can look that up. I actually told that to one time in a life. The guy says, you were never on that. How can you prove that? I said, just look for it. It's right there on my page there, or my site, on my YouTube channel. You can find it. Yes, Blue Sunset, thank you. You said Seth. Was that his last name? I don't remember being his last name. It was Showstack, I think it was. But yeah, Seth. Thought he had a different name. That's what probably screws me up more than anything. Leslie, you said that, hey, but Pope has said we have life in the universe. They have a huge telescope. They know. Yeah, I think if anybody had a very large observatory telescope, and they were just looking out. Just sit there and look out. You probably can't imagine the things that are flying around out there. You might obviously see like these rogue rocks just flying out in space, and just going in every different direction. You're going to see that. Plus, you're going to see our satellites flying above, whipping by at 17,000 plus miles an hour. You'll see things like that. So yeah, crazy stuff. Mars Times, I'll get together with you. You said I'm making a 2 or 3 minute videos, and I want to know if I can use your introduction as a commercial. Not sure which one you're talking about, but I'll get to you. I'll definitely we'll talk there, right? Architect Nate said 2 of 2 fast radio other engines that could produce fast radio bursts are not required, but are also not impossible. Well, that's true. That's a mental way of putting it. Way to put it. Frank Micklaw says, Chris, say hi to my wife, Trudy. I was going to say Judy, because I was looking at the, just below it. Hello, Trudy. How are you? I'm glad to see, I don't know if you're listening in with Frank, but good evening to you. I'm not sure where you're at, but good evening or good morning, good afternoon. Good to have you guys on here. Frank and Trudy in the house. Bush Corey said, night, Chris, bro. Great stream. Night, all. You are brilliant. Well, thanks, Mr. Bush Corey. Thanks for being here. Nothing but respect for you guys out there. Much love. Have yourself a great weekend there, right? Yeah, I would, Rachel. How many people here would love to read the stories that Rachel would probably have? I did to be awesome. Because like I said, I see so many people that, are in the same boat as you. They see these things themselves. Now, you may ask yourself, is it something I'm just dreaming up? Is it something, do I have a connection with this particular place? Does it really matter? It does to you, of course. But as far as like, when I hear some of the stories these people tell, I think it's incredible. Because you could have that astral projection kind of thing going on. It could be just about anything. Some people claim it's just vivid dreams that they have. And maybe they're connected somehow through the mind. Who knows? For whatever reason you're getting them, I would definitely do something on them. Let's see. CC, my Harley D says remote viewing, Chris, like Farsight Institute. Exactly. Well, some people can do that. I remember hearing about a bunch of people that were talking about how they were doing remote viewing before, and they all got together, and they literally were kind of like that other guy, and I don't remember his name, but they did that remote viewing with him, where they gave him an envelope with some coordinates, and they said, go to this coordinate, and tell me what you see. Now, they never said what planet he was on. He just went to it. Oh, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing that. Turned out it was Mars. Well, these guys all got together, and they were sitting around this table, and they were all doing the same thing. And a couple of them actually were in the same exact darn spot as the other guy, and it was just cool. Yeah. Josh D says, Rachel is a good plan. Leslie Warren, you said, my chat keeps going strange, LOL. Internet been mad. What are doing up there in space? No, it's not dreaming. I have similar projection. Well, that's what I'm saying. So there's other people, a lot more people out there that do that. And I'm sure they'd actually be sharing the same stories. Well, their stories, I should say, right? But they might have something very similar to what you have. And so it's not far-fetched, and a lot of people would enjoy that kind of stuff. Oh, you're welcome, Rachel. Bobby. Chris, can you write a note for my wife? Because I didn't get the honeydew list done. Man, that's not good. Hope you don't get hit over the head with some kind of rolling pin. We're going to miss you, Bobby. It's like, man, you never avoid that honeydew list, man. You got to be doing that now. Oh, thanks, Frank. I'm glad I could do that for her. Hello again, Trudy. Trudy. You know, just looking at this ground area again right here. Check this out, guys. This is cool. Very faint, but you can see it. I'm going to put this right in the middle of the screen. See this area right here where it's stretched out? It looks like it has compartments. It looks like this section's like rectangular section stretched out right there. But look, right smack dab in it. It looks like there's an opening right there. Like there's almost like an archway. But look inside. There's a nice smooth arch inside that. Do you guys see that? I went as far as I can. Right here. You get these sections here. Right there. One. Might be more than one. Or right here in the middle. Might be more than one. And it almost looks like that's got sections to it too. But look right at the top. It looks like there's something like an opening. But look inside. There's actually this smooth arch inside there. You guys see that? That's cool. Right there. Looks like it comes up and over and down. What do you guys think of that? You got the structure here on the right. All of these on the bottom. But check that out. Got something standing up right here. You can see it on the ground. Just weird, man. Just weird looking structures. I just noticed this. I'm talking to you guys. I'm looking at this right here. I'm going, what the heck? And it's inside this other piece. And down in here. Maybe it's a giant lunar mall. What do you guys think? Mark B's in there. I said, hi, guys. What's going on, Mark? Bobby Pentland, yeah, he said, well, your comment was they said the South Pole had water. Oh, yeah, it's got water and then some. I think the whole moon has kind of like what they claimed Mars was, right? They had so much water within, you know, X amount of square feet, blah, 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 blah. I think the moon is very similar to that. I think it's a lot like that. James Grunfelder, you said, okay, NASA, cut the crap and release real unaltered photos. Exactly. I think everybody's on board with that. Mauricio Rocha, what's going on? You said, hi, everyone. Hugs from Brazil. Excellent. Your last video, Chris, as always. As all. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mauricio. Thanks for being here there, right? Hope you're doing well. Burns DC 83, you said, love your channel, sir. I believe everything you say, can't argue. Oh, well, I appreciate that. But again, I want people to have their own minds too, right? And I want you guys to analyze it yourself. That's what it all comes down to. Because I've always said I don't want people to just be like, oh, you know, I'm just going to go along with what he says every time. You know, I believe in being true, telling what I believe is going on. It doesn't mean I know it all. It doesn't mean I know the absolute truth of everything. I can only speculate on a lot of things, but I do appreciate the kind words, you know, but I also like the idea of people actually doing their own thinking and rational thinking, and, you know, and that's what it's really about for me. Carla Ribeiro, love from Brazil, another one from Brazil. You guys are awesome. Very beautiful area there, too. I hate it when this thing jumps like this. Yeah, it does have that look, doesn't it, Archetype Net? You said that looks like one of the huge Empire ships from Star Wars. George Mary said, I believe our brains are connected to the universe and receive information from it. Question mark? It could very well be. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, this is the reason why people have these dreams and everything, and they feel connected. I don't know about you guys, but now the more I get into these, and, you know, I've always felt connected with Mars, meaning that of course, it intrigues you first and foremost, right? And when you see things like this on this moon, it intrigues the hell out of you. But you always have that connection, like, out from being outside of Earth. Now, obviously, Earth is a great place. We love it. It's our home. But you always think, wow, you know, you just feel like you're connected to something much more than just this, right? Billy Parker, rather, he said, Chris, do you have any plans to expand your PC hardware and tech to analyze photos more? Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to be doing that. I mean, I have a great computer, stuff like that. But I want to really put a turbo up its rear end, if you get what I mean. 16 gigabytes of DDR4 is nothing to get excited about. We're going to bump this up to about 64 at least, and basically get this thing ripping. It's basically a gaming computer anyway, but, you know what I mean? The CPU's the ability to do work. How fast you want to get the work done is got to do with the RAM. And, of course, a faster CPU, a cooler CPU makes a world of difference. But it doesn't hurt to have that little extra kick. So we're definitely going to have to get this thing up there and get a little bit more out of it. Oops. Rachel, you said, I think what you are looking at is a power generator with an exhaust and powers a dish. Okay, this was the one. Okay, that's the one. I thought you had said that much earlier. But looking at is a power generator with its exhaust that powers the dish on the far right of the photo. The dish built into the ground. Oh, yeah, well, never looked at it that way. But like I said, all these little pieces, guys, look at this. Even down here, the lower right corner, look at the little pieces, the little square right here. It's white on white. That's what's blowing people's minds. That's what they don't see. Look at this, right here, another one. Looks like a rectangular piece connected somehow into here. But just look underneath it. There's actually a space, meaning this is off the ground. This one right here, again, it looks like a square piece right here. Yeah, it's just crazy, right? I'll give you guys a chance to look at that real quick. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just sending a quick message. Let's see. All right, Josh D, I hear you said nearly 2 a.m. here. Soon I'll try to get some sleep. Nothing wrong with that. But if you do take off, you have yourself a good evening there, right? And I'm glad you stopped in as always. Jerry McDonald says we don't need any remote viewing on the moon right now. Look at that big structure. Absolutely. James said, Chris, to be honest, I'll be honest, a lot of the video has plenty of evidence of some sort of past and present civilization that lived or used the planet, or the moon, rather. I mean, honestly, what else is it? But the fact is frightening. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, when you see these things, the first question is, wow, look at the size of that. And the first question would be, who put that there? Is it us from past civilizations, maybe, you know, a couple cycles ago? Or is it nothing to do with us at all? And I'm kind of leaning towards nothing to do with this at all. And wow. And it's like, how long have these been here? Who put them there? So on and so forth. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. You said, I have dreams about UFOs too. Reoccurring ones. Cube-shaped UFO. I tried remote viewing once and saw a building with lots of airplane windows across the top tier in a sandy area. That's all I remember. Interesting. Henry 636, he said it has a shadow under it. Yeah, if you're talking about the smaller ones there, I was just pointing out. If you notice, there's white on top of white, so it throws the eyes off. And again, is it there for reflective properties because of the sunlight? And what's underneath it is what matters. I don't know. But then it makes you wonder, what about all of this stretched out over here? This giant area right in this area on the left from center. Then why are they completely out in the opening? I don't know. It's just weird the way that is. I'm sure everything has a purpose. It wouldn't be put up there for no reason, right? Samantha Mora, she said, there's also something a little above that. Oh, I mean, yeah. Look at this. I'm going to zoom into this just a hair bit. Like I said, I've seen this area over here as well. And I pointed this out in the video. Right in this area, I'm going to try to put it down here in the corner so you guys can go right to it. Look at this round piece right here, just underneath. It looks like it has a rooftop of white. See that? Right here, all of this right here. And look at the way it has this square right in the top. This I didn't point out in the video, but right here I did, right here. It's round, like it has a round ring, but look at this black piece or darker piece in the center of this round hole or round detailed area. And then we've got this block right here. But this is what I want you guys to see. This block, as I pointed out, I don't know how close I can get in here, but let's, right here, it's got this block. And I know it's a little blurry now. It's a little, right here. Follow it, follow it. It goes past into the darker area and has a point to it. Right there. Goes up, and you got the white piece sticking out. And right here, it looks like they try to airbrush it out so you wouldn't see the rest of it. There's something right here. Look at this. Looks like a ring sticking out of it, like a white ring. I said there was like a little tower standing up right here with this little white ball, and you can see just a base. See, this one here is not completely enhanced like I did in the video itself, so you'd have to check the video out. But right there is round base, but check this out. Look at this, there's something like almost like a round disc stuck into, looks like a structure right here. Here's the edge of it. Picture like a blade sticking out right here. It's rounded, comes up at the top, comes straight down. It looks like a ring type thing right here. And then you get the bottom of it right there. Like there's a giant structure there. And like I said, it looks like this, see like this shadowing here underneath this piece I was just showing you guys right here. Has this ring area. And it has a shadow right here. Like this overhang is casting this shadow. So what is going on here? What do you guys think this stuff is? Look at this. Open right here, like this weird shape. Over here at the top to the right of that is right there. Just this area alone is like, boom, mind-blowing. That's just a, you know, just the tip of the iceberg, right? Jerry McDonald, thank you very much, sir, for your support, man. You said, have a beer on me, Chris, for your outstanding work. Thank you very much, sir. Much respect. Oh, yeah. It's just, I don't know. Like I said, you'd have to be a fool to believe this stuff is natural. And clearly it's not, right? You guys can see that yourself. I don't have to try to jam it down your throat or say, oh, this is it, and you guys got to believe me. No, I don't believe in doing that. We're not doing that. I can only tell you what I think it looks like. Well, it's going to be fine in this thing. There's so much to see. Like I said, a lot of times you guys say, oh, Chris, you didn't see this. How come you're not pointing out these smaller things? Well, that's exactly what they are. They're smaller. I want people to see the most obvious, biggest things you can find. And obviously, if you can find the smaller ones in the process, in between, sure. Why not? Claire Mead, yeah, most recent video was on my the first part of this one. I think that's what you're talking about. But the first part of this one is on my Lunar Anomalies and Beyond page, and I think you guys are pretty much all on board with that, aren't you? Anybody who's not, does anybody else? Everybody else knows pretty much my channel, right? The other one, my Lunar Anomalies and Beyond. Let's see. I'll go ahead and give you guys the link if you're not familiar with it. I'm going to give you the link right now. Maybe. If I can get this box back up. Here we go. Here it is here. And you guys can jump on it and subscribe to it and hit that little notification bell. Many of you guys have been jumping on it. This is the reason why, again, I also posted this on my Mars Anomalies and Beyond, this particular moon video, is because some of you guys are saying, man, I didn't even know you had a lunar anomalies and beyond. And they were wondering why I didn't have any videos out. I was wondering why you didn't have any video. Oh, it all comes clear now. And they're saying, you were doing videos on that as well. Okay, I got you. So, yeah. Samantha Morris says, yeah, I'm on both channels. So cool. Appreciate that. So, yeah, a lot of you guys are already, which is awesome. And then some people are going, I didn't know you had more than one channel. I wonder why I wasn't seeing any videos from you, because it was on the other channel. So they didn't know it. So this is the reason why I try to get people to understand there are more than one channel. There's two of them. So it's so you guys wouldn't, you're not just going, man, he's not putting out any videos. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Neil Everett, you said, wish I could remote view or what I want to. Yeah, some people see some really crazy and weird things, and I think some of them get shocked in them while they're doing that. And then some of them are just like, no, I want to get more. I want to see more. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I see videos or anything that's got to do with the moon photos or Mars, you know, it's almost like you dream about it after, like, what's it like? Is it, you know, you say to yourself, is it, I can imagine being there. You can imagine what these structures look like inside. It's like the mind wanders because you're just seeing these things and you go, man, what if I could be there? You know, what would I do there if I was there? Would I go in and inspect it? Would I, what would you do? It's just awesome. Frank Miklaw says, a member of both. Sweet. Yeah, Stephen, and you're not the only one. Like you said, I am one of those who had no idea you had a second channel. Yeah, so I gave you guys a link. If you need it again, let me know. Just jump over there, and like I said, subscribe to it, and just check back like every day, because some people are telling me, man, I don't know what it is, man. I'm just not getting notifications. And I understand. That's good old YouTube doing that. Got to love it. So jump over there, because you may see more videos, because I got a lot more to do on the moon. So I'm going to get out I got that Mars one already on deck. That one's going to go out. And I've got more moon coming up. So, and I've been promised you guys, I've been telling you, anybody who's been on my lunar channel, I've been saying, yeah, I got some Mars coming up, and I haven't gotten to it. Because I actually have a couple little other things on the side I've been helping some people out with. And there's one that's coming out that's going to be awesome. If they can get it done, it'll be awesome. I'm trying to help them out too, but they're doing all the work. They're just awesome. So, I'm kind of doing a couple things besides these. Of course, I have a full-time job, so it's kind of taking up some of my time. But I'm still trying to knock these out because I just enjoy doing them. So, absolutely, like I said, the Mars one is coming out. People are probably thinking, man, he keeps saying there's a Mars one, but I don't see one. Oh, you will. James, you said, Chris, look at that mammoth structure at the back of with the different levels that are huge in comparison to the surface or area on the moon. I mean, honestly, that alone is unbelievable. And that's what I was saying before, because it looked like, before I even enhanced this, was like, wow, this thing is huge, whatever this thing is. Look at it. And you look at these in the foreground, and look at the size of that thing compared to these. Even if this is only 5 miles in swath of land, 5 to 10 miles, okay, how big is that? Yeah, I mean, like I said, they could build incredibly large structures because, like I said, the gravity is like, what, 1/6? Or, you got, again, there's no weather there to knock these things over. I mean, you can have moonquakes, sure, but I don't think there's that many or more that are that strong to knock down a megastructure like these things. Frank Miklaw, she said, no wonder after seeing what they saw, the Apollo 11 astronauts' demeanor at the post-mission news conference. Yeah, I mean, you see when they were like, what? They were totally preoccupied, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't have wanted to been there. I would have said to the guys who were setting this up, do you really want to waste this time going to this crap? I don't want to do this. Oh, we got to do it. And like I said, I would have expected these guys to come back happy, willing to answer any questions. Yeah, this was great. It was a great opportunity. I mean, come on. They were showing them playing golf on there. I think that was, remember when people are saying that's fake? I think that's the fake part of it. To make it look like, yeah, we were just up there, just farting around, grabbing some dirt and some stuff while we were there and having a great old time. I think that was kind of video that they just made up to throw at the people. But that's not what really happened. Because how do you go from, hey, we're playing golf on the moon, boom, oh, got a birdie, to, oh my God, somber. How do we do that? How does that make sense to anybody? It doesn't. It simply doesn't make sense. Oops, they can jump on me again here. Rudolph Gunkel, you said, have you checked out Project Farsight? No, I haven't. I heard about it. We were just talking about that. I haven't, but I probably need to check it out. Renee Cruz, you said, of course it's off topic, but you said, Chris, what president did your state vote for? I think it was Trump. Most positive it was Trump. Raju said, if people denied these structures on the moon, they would be absolutely crazy to. Yeah, I mean, you can't call that a rock. You can't call that a mountain, a crater. You can see clearly it's near or on the edge of a crater. It looks like it's on the wall. If you guys were looking at it right here, like it looks like it's right there. You can see it circling around. There's the edge. So it looks like these things are just off the side of this crater and next to this other piece of massive land, right? Mags K, no, I sure don't. You said, Chris, do you remote view? I'm not familiar with it. No, but I know people who have and do. And they just, wow. Some of the stuff they come up with it. Yeah, at first you think, oh, it's far-fetched. But when because I knew a guy that was talking about this a while back, and he was talking about how there's large structures on them. And when I say a while back, I don't mean like 3 months ago. I mean years ago. And I go, oh, yeah, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? But I always knew there's something on the moon. But then you see things like this, and you go, wow, it all comes back now. Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Renee Cruz, there you go. That's the moon's Area 51. Don't laugh. It could very well be. It's hard to tell. Guys, we have 195 thumbs up. Let's hit 200. If you haven't already hit it, go ahead and hit it. Jack Lambert, you said, you peeps that didn't know about Lunar Channel have a ton of catching up to do now. You're going to, and I prepare your minds to be blown. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff on there, guys, that I've done videos on. Like I said, the first part to this is just, it's amazing. Because like I said, we can see all this layout here on the left-hand side. Just a bunch of crazy stuff. So check it out. And like I said, it opened up a whole new channel for you guys to check out. Because, you guys are probably sitting there going, oh, man, if you're not aware of the channel that is, you're going, man, he hasn't put on any videos. Well, I did. And you guys are missing out. I hate to see you guys do that. And bam, we hit over that 200. Awesome. You guys are the bomb. I mean, holy crap. That's awesome. I think it's the highest we ever had. What do you guys think? There you go, Renee. Lunar Groom Lake. I have, Michael Stark. You said, Chris, have you heard of the transparent aluminum used for structures on Luna? Richard Hoagland was all about transparent structures on the moon. Yeah, he used to talk about these large glass structures. And that's, I guess, is a possibility. I mean, what do you guys think? Now, I'd hate to see any kind of dust or anything get kicked up by something hitting the surface, because that would make a hell of a mess out of it, unless the glass was, like you said, it was like a transparent aluminum. So, yeah, that would be awesome. And it wouldn't surprise me if they had the technology, right? Brian Norton, you said, Chris, serious question. And I just noticed because Archetype Net was just actually answering you back. So I said, let me go back. This thing jumped on me, apparently. Chris, serious question. How much bigger would you have to get on your channel to quit your job and become a YouTube pro? Not sure how money works with YouTube. Well, basically, all it is basically you just, when you monetize, they just put commercials and ads on it. Which, I always tell people, I know you get tired of the ads and stuff like that, but just watch them. It helps the channel out. And I know Architect Net was talking about some kind of Patreon or something. I believe it or not, guys, I'll be honest with you. I had a Patreon since 2000. Crap, I think it was 17. I never did put it into action. I hated to do that to a certain degree because a lot of people get offended by that. Oh, he's always begging for money. And I'm not trying to do that. This is the reason why you don't. I mean, I'll tell you guys, if you don't mind, buy the merch. If you're on your phones, you can actually see it below the videos. There's merchandise there. It's great that you do it. You guys have. Now, it has dwindled, and I'm not really worried about it too much. But, it's great when everybody does because they say, man, I'm sporting the merch now, and it's great. It reminds me of the channel that I watch, so, I appreciate that you did that. So it's cool, But, like I said in my last video, it's kind of like if I wasn't working there, I'd be punching these things out left and right, and, of course, obviously, it would go up. You'd be making more money because you make more videos, right? So it would make sense. But I'm not like some of these channels. They beg for money. Please give me money. I don't want to do that. Now, I do make the money off these because they monetize the videos. I said monetize? Yeah, sure. And I was being honest with you guys. I tell you guys right out. I said, listen, when I come home from work, I'm on these. I'm on these photos. I look through them. I check them out. If there's anything to see in them, I'll make a video. If not, I keep next. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. So it takes a lot of time. And then once you do that, you have to, now you have to, obviously make the video, and then, edit it out, upload it, do all kinds of stuff to it just to get this video out. So it takes a bit of time. So that's the reason why I monetize my videos. And I'm running, 2-3 computers at a time. It just kind of offsets the bills a little bit. And I'm not getting rich doing this. A lot of people are like, oh, you must be raking in the cash. No. Especially now that, YouTube has throttled it down to the point where, like I said, I've had the same amount of subs for God knows how long. And I'm not the only one in that boat. The people are getting choked off on this. So thankfully I have a regular job and I have a regular income. And of course I'm not getting rich off that either, but it pays the bills, and that's the whole idea of it. But yeah, I mean, I thought about, just making the Patreon, make it live, so to speak, and just do it. But it depends on you guys too. You know what I mean? I hate to just do that, just sit there and beg for money. It's just, I don't know. Neil Everett, it's all Photoshop from the 60s. Not really Photoshop per se, but actually right there, airbrushing. They can overexpose the camera, meaning bring up the aperture. They can really, really make this, anything that's slightly bright, they can make it a lot brighter. A lot of times they'll actually go over this with like an airbrushing or whatever and just take it right out. Here's a perfect example. Let's look at this area right here. You can see this line, very faint, going like this. Now just follow me on this right here. Going like this. It goes down like this, goes right into this darker area, and comes back out. Okay, so whatever this piece is right here, I'm going to go around slowly with the cursor. It goes from white, goes around, comes back in like this, comes back out, and goes back in. But the line doesn't stop at this brown area. The line literally goes past it. So they're airbrushing out different parts of this to block out. And like I said, I'm sure you guys, when you first seen this, without me enhancing this, go to, like I said, the first video I've done, and look at it, you would have never seen these. I never saw these in a million years. I just happened to, like I said, you know what I caught on to right here? Right here, I seen this one right here. It kind of went down and was smooth right here. I went, what is that? Is that the ground or is it something else? And then I seen this, like I said, I thought this was like the side of this cliff because it was all black. All of this was black. And when I went like this, I started like coloring this in. I said, there's really nothing there. Maybe it's just something on the side of this cliff and it's just throwing my eyes off. And I moved on. And I went to these areas here and in the back here and talked about that. And then, like I said, somehow it just, boom, it triggered when I was editing this video and looked at it. I was looking at it while just, again, to check for errors. And I was like, what? So, yeah, it was mind-blowing, to say the least. Jack Lambert says 200 thumbs up. That is awesome. A new record. The word is getting out. Success. Let's hit 300 next time. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's about more and more people getting on board and wanting to know the truth, or at least analyze these themselves. Because you guys, we do gigapans from Mars. We do different things, and I always say this is what it looks like, or this is just odd. What do you guys think it is? Again, I want everybody to use their own minds and eyes and come up with their own stuff. DB Property Maintenance, you said lunar dust and surface are heavy silicate, so it would make sense to find structures seemingly crystalline. That's true. Absolutely. Here you go, Mars Times. You said, this is just like Star Wars. We are the rebellion exposing the dark side. Pretty much. And in this case, no pun intended, it was the dark side. Dark area. Frank Miklos, buy merch. I mean, it helps out. Everything helps out because here's the thing. Again, I can only get better equipment, get better stuff. I really actually want to go out and get one of those P1000 cameras. I love to be able to just use one of those and just look at the sky and the moon and stuff like that, just to start off with. I mean, I've got a couple telescopes, but they're like little 6-inch telescopes. They're not bad, but you're not getting into the surface with these things. I mean, I've got a 3x Barlow on it. It's a good scope. I can see the surface pretty good, but nothing like a really extremely large one. And even then, you wouldn't see these structures like some people claim they can. But you just can't see them like you're going to see here. You just can't. There's no way around it. When you got a satellite orbiting 75 miles off the lunar surface, there's no way any telescope at an observatory would even see these. They might see like squares and things like that, but seeing something like this, no way. Not going to see it. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, 786 Auto. Exactly. Said someone just see Star Trek about transparent aluminum. Yeah, remember Scotty said that, what if I can give you transparent aluminum? He's like, what? And he sits there on the computer and he puts in the formula for it, and the guy's like, oh my God. It's like, yeah, that was cool. Oh, yeah, Samantha Morris, she said there is something going on very bottom right corner. Oh, yeah, absolutely is. Let me see here. Even this right here looks like a crater. But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like a giant stack. I mean, it could very well be a crater, but I mean, right there. And then look at all these little pieces, like I said, the little squares. You can just see the very edge of them right here. Look at this, right there. Nice 90-degree angle. And you can see like a shadow just underneath it. This one right here, it's white. Look at the way it goes off. Comes over here. And look at underneath. It's like a blacker area underneath. There's so much here to see, guys. So much more here to see. Brian Norton says, Mars Anomalies sweatshirt owner, blue. Love it. Oh, thank you, Brian. Thank you for your support. Yeah, there you go, Renee. P1000 camera is the Terminator T1000. Hee hee. Neil Everett, you said, my missus now loves your videos. She was a skeptic. Hold on, let me get something to drink here. Mouth gets dry. My throat gets dry. She was a skeptic, sat on the fence, but after watching your videos on Mars and now the lunar surface, she has opened her mind to the fact that we are not alone. That's awesome. And, you know, and it's not trickery, right? It's right here. You don't have to trick anybody. It's right there in your face. You guys can get the photo yourself and see this now. And like I said, you can't unsee it. When you look at the photo now, even when it's dark, you look at this thing and you go, I still see them now. And I know a couple of you guys even voiced your opinion about it. You said, yeah, you're right. I look at the normal picture when you go back to the original, and I can't unsee it anymore. It's just right there. Brian Norton says, Chris, you cannot hide your genuineness. Anyone who knows YouTube knows you're not getting rich until you reach, say, 1 million subs. Just hopeful you never leave us. Well, I mean, I would love to do this full time, to be honest with you guys. But it takes money to do that, because clearly if I didn't have a job, it wouldn't be good. Michael Stark, he said, Chris, have you seen moon image AS16-121-19407? Goyet crater, where objects sitting in the edge of the crater by a cave entrance. Jose Escamilla showed it on Moon Rising too. I think I know which one you're talking about. It's a shame about Jose. I wish he was still alive, man. Great man. I've actually talked to him one time while we were in we did a live feed, and we were all talking together. We were all just having a great time. Tony Gibbs, you said if they are old, they will be encrusted. If current, it's by design. Well, true. Throat's driving me insane now. Rachel, you said, I wonder why NASA never reports on these most obvious structures. I mean, it's in plain sight and it's not hiding. Well, again, I mean, I was actually fooled. I didn't even see these. Now, I can see the ones, like I said, stretched out. I call it the lunar mall, the super mall. But again, a lot of these bigger things were in the shadows. But the thing is, how many people do you know literally get these photos and just peruse over them? Nobody I know. Unless, of course, it's people like ourselves. They don't take the time. They just don't care. But there's people, if they did see it, like I said, I've talked to people I know and got them started on it. They're like, really? Man, I never noticed that. Well, that's cool. And then it's kind of like they don't know what to say. They're just kind of like, it's cool. I'd like to look more into that. That's pretty cool. Where would I find that? And that's how they start. That's what it's all about. Let me see. Bobby, you said, thanks, Chris. You're the best. Don't spread yourself too thin. Well, I try not to, but it's something I enjoy doing. When you find photos and stuff like this, you just want to keep digging, man. You just want to keep at it. That's all there is to it. Let me see. All right, Stephen Grilly, you said, guys, take care. Chris, thank you. Peace all. All right, Stephen, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you. You have yourself a good weekend there as well, right? Archititan says, a saucer full of secrets. Renee, no soda, it's just sweet tea. Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Archititan, you said Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, and saucer full of secrets. What do they know? Jerry McDonald said, hey, Chris, you you really found a gem here, man, without a doubt, seriously. Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the best I've seen as far as this thing getting a pop like that. I'll be truthful with you guys. A lot of times people ask me, hey, Chris, what's the best photo you ever done? Well, there you go, as far as the moon. Now, I've done some real crazy things. There's real crazy things on these moon photos, but good Lord, this thing's pop. I mean, you can see them, they pop. And, and you can always tell when somebody literally draws something in, you can actually see it. You know what I mean? It doesn't look natural. It completely stands out. And you guys seen the original. It's just darker, but you can see all of this right here. Like I said, this rectangular design, vertical design, and you can see the one just on the bottom of it. So you know that these are man-made. You don't see anything drawn in. That's how you can tell when somebody's faking this crap. And I don't believe in doing that. I want to see this thing for myself because I don't want to fool myself, and clearly I don't want to fool you guys either. So if that's why I would say, guys, I'm not sure what this is, but what do you guys think this is? But clearly we know what this is. But well, we can speculate as to what exactly it is, but clearly it's intelligently made. Now, if I see something I'm going, I'm on the fence about, guys, what do you think of that? It looks like this, but it could be natural. I always, you got to be honest with yourself as well as others, right? Rachel, you asked, how can anyone think that we haven't been visited? I mean, we don't know what people are out there in the stars are capable of. It's foolish to think that we are not extraterrestrial to someone outside. Well, that's true. And what if there is still life on Mars, then we are the aliens. We literally have an alien vehicle on their planet. We have alien vehicles outside the planet orbiting. More than one, So, and now we've got Russia going up there. We've got China going there. We've got, ESA there, or ESA. We've got, there's just a whole host of these orbiters, and now more landers are going there. We got the InSight lander. We got all of the 4 rovers up to this point. And then in next April, you got the 2021 rover there. Well, the 2020 rover, but it should have been called the 2021. That'll be there. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of these are nothing but dead sticks and junk now, but the point is they were there. Again, in 97, we had the Sojourner. 2004, we had the Opportunity and Spirit. And then in 2012, we had Curiosity rover, and now we got the Perseverance going. So, yeah. And we had the InSight lander. Of course, we go back to, the original ones. I mean, yeah, we got a host of things on this planet. We got to go check out more rocks and dust. Come on. That's why a lot of times, I ask you guys to try to spread the word about these things. If you have social sites, even a tabloid newspaper. What is that other one that's always in the UK? People send photos to and everything else. Whatever it may be, just get the news out. That's what it's all about, right? And I depend on you guys because you can see clearly that they're throttling us back big time. So we depend on you guys now, the viewers. Because you guys are like, well, how can we help? It would be great if we can. Well, there you go. So anything helps. You guys know that. Archititan, you said if anyone has not seen it and can manage the full 3-hour stint, watch the documentary Secrets in Plain Sight. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, okay. You're saying, 3 hour and 43 minutes by Scott Onstott. Okay. Brian, your question was, Chris, do you think society thinks we are the ongoing joke and that's why people block out this kind of serious proof? I mean, seriously. Let me see. Seriously, there are not effing rocks, actual proof of 90-degree angles. Well, unless they get something solid or something similar to these right here, what we're seeing on the screen, they will start to question it. They'll be like, yeah, seriously, what is that stuff? And why is it there? It doesn't, anybody, I don't care who you are. Let's say you never looked at a photo of the moon or Mars, doesn't matter. And somebody gave you this photo and said, hey, I want you to take a look at these. What do you think? Nobody in their right mind is going to go, that looks like a rock. Nobody in their right mind. Exactly. And I'm using the term right mind, of course. The one in the back. Well, what is that? That doesn't look like, why does it look like it's so tall off the lunar surface? I mean, what is that? Exactly. That's the question people need to ask. And you got the ones, like I said, the ones that really stand out here in the middle, almost in the middle, just off to the middle, from the middle. And, this wannabe, I'm not sure if that's even a crater there in the lower left. So, people, when they start to see it with their own eyes, they start to ask their own questions. If you tell them that, they might go, okay, he's a little off the deep end. But when you actually show it to them, then they go, wait a minute, my eyes are not deceiving me. I see the same thing you see. What are these? Well, that's how it starts. Captain America, you said, when they arrived on Earth, they built the pyramids. That's why you have pyramids on the Freemason sign with compass. They know who and why they come to Earth. Jesus was part of the secret society. Well, I mean, there's many versions of that. Again, the Egyptians actually say we built the pyramids, but they said they had help from the overseers from above and their gods from above. So it's like they came down. They taught them how to build. They taught them, agriculture. Taught them how to speak. This, that, and the other. At least according to these ancient writings, that's what was told. And it's not the only one. Around the world, almost every religious book says our gods came from the heavens. Or God came from the heavens. One of the two. Okay, what are they speaking of? Now, maybe they were just dreamers, and they're looking up in the sky going, oh, wow, man, if there's people here, we're here. I wonder if there's other people out there. Maybe there are gods. Who knows, right, at that point? I don't know. Who knows, right? Renee Cruz says, Jose Escamilla's a 2-hour Rods documentary special on History, H2 channel, James. That one there is actually cool. When you see that Rods, and they slow this thing down to like shutter speed of what? I mean, they slow this thing down to God knows how slow, and these things just like fly through there, and these rods appear to have these little like tiny wings like on one end, and kind of wings like they have like flowing fins on each end. There's two on one end and two on the other. And those things are insanely fast. Cool stuff. Max K says, Chris, have a great night. As always, granny duties in the morning. Kate, take care all. We will be doing the same thing in the next couple minutes. We'll be jumping off. So, Max K, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your support, as always. Be safe, right? William Johnson says, hi, Chris. Great hangout. Just sitting back, enjoying. Thumbs up. All right, man. Appreciate you. Tony Gibbs, you said, Chris, it's important to be honest, but no way could this possibly be natural, I guess. I think we are past maybe natural. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. Oh, I mean, James, I agree with you. You got to call it how you see it, right? I mean, if somebody said, you're totally wrong, man. These are not what you think they are. No, you're not going to change my mind. These are structures. These are intelligently made. You can slice it, dice it, circumcise it for all I care. These are structures, and they're on the moon. It's as simple as that. There's no way around this. Neil Everett, you said, why did Apollo mission suddenly stop? Was it lack of funds? LOL. My thinking is we was either told not to return or we were scared of what we have seen and found. That would be the latter of your comment is more common to me. It makes more sense. And that is that we were scared of what we had seen and found. I don't believe it's the last time we went, though. I think we've been there, and I think we're still there. Probably built a base. Because like I said, I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't stop going. If we're seeing these kind of things, I mean, think about it. You take a spacecraft, you go on the other side. Now, we see all this cluster of structures and everything else. But is there, and we just don't see it, is there like a runway type thing for something over here? If there is, my God, man, just land right there, get out, walk around. Well, of course, you'd have to have suits and everything else. But you could literally go down there, see these structures, walk inside these structures. Why would you stop going? I wouldn't. There's no way I would. So, as far as I'm concerned, that kept going, and in my opinion, I believe that we went, and we're still there. And I believe we either settled into these structures or we built our additional ones if these were no longer, no way to use them or whatever, which I highly doubt. But that's what I would think. I don't think we've ever stopped going. You're not going to go up there for X amount of missions. We're good now. We're good. Especially what we're seeing in these photos, and not just this one. I've done plenty of photos on my lunar anomalies and beyond, where it clearly shows, structures or some kind of weird objects with the Apollo mission astronauts in the photos and everything. Just crazy things are covered up in these photos. Yeah, Renee, yeah. You said, wow, I had no idea Jose Escamilla and Chris talked UFO stuff. Yeah, we were on, when we were on, United Federation, well, not Federation, but Family of Anomaly Hunters, UFA. And we were on there one time. I was on there with, I believe it was Thomas Jensen. And, it was, I think it was David. This is a while back now. And we were all in there shooting the crap, and he was just a great guy. It just sucks. He had, and that documentary he's got is awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, I can tell you now. It's called UFA, United Family of Anomaly Hunters. Well, you don't hear that really flying around too much now, but everybody's still doing the same work. David's part of it. Like I said, there's several people, and there's probably it's not more than it's more than several. It's like 20 of us that are all. So we do our own work, but we collaborate. We go behind the scenes, what you guys don't see us doing, and we'll just like talk amongst ourselves and periodically, and not all the time. But we do get in there. We'll talk with each other. And like I just talked to David yesterday, and we were talking about what Jimmy had an idea. So we're going to try and, do some things that it's behind the scenes kind of thing. We're trying to get other things kicked off and started, and we'll see how they pan out, right? Let me see here. But yeah, Rachel, I was actually serious about that. Blog that stuff or make your own videos. Again, you don't even have to show your face if you don't want to. A lot of people, And when I first started off, I was like, I really don't want to show my face on this thing. Because, when you first start off, you're like, who cares? Just when, heck, I don't give a crap what people think. So I started doing that. But yeah, you ought to do that. That's just awesome. I know a lot of people would jump on board with that because it's just, I've had some pretty cool dreams myself where, being on Mars and on the moon. Now, I don't mean literally being on it, but just maybe there's the mind wandering about some of the things I found. And if I could be there, could I walk into these things? Would it be like a structure and you go in and it's just like elevated in and it takes you down into the ground, a mile into the ground? Who the heck knows, right? But your mind wanders and you end up dreaming about it. And it's pretty cool. Frank McLaws, you said, wondering where we would be launching from if we were still on the moon. South Pacific, and I would guess. I don't know. It's a great question. And here's the thing, too. It would have to be, it'd have to be somewhere where the average person wouldn't be able to look on. And even if you did, and I want you to picture, like, a better propulsion. In other words, we don't have like a Saturn V lifting off because clearly anybody in the area would see this thing lift off. What if you had like the top secret plane like the SR-71 back in the day, but it was retrofitted with a plasma engine or something of that sort, and you couldn't see it if it took off. And not to mention it has a signature that's hidden to radar. So nobody'd see this thing take off. It would take off in the middle of the night. Nobody would see it. And even if you could see the light of it, you wouldn't know what it is. Radar wouldn't pick it up. They wouldn't know what that is. You'd take off and you just do these planned, trips back and forth to the moon. Nobody'd know it. Nobody'd have a clue. And if the engines or the propulsion is like really high tech and they can get there within minutes as opposed to a couple days, that's insane. And they could do this all day long and not even blink an eye, man. Not even bat an eyelash. William Johns, you said, I've watched a lot of the UFA episodes. Great forum. Yeah, I mean, it's cool that people are doing this, and there's a lot of people that are still true to wanting to show the truth. Whereas a lot of people will say, well, I see these, and I've said this before, I don't see a lot of people see tiny people. I don't see that. But But some people you can clearly see, like, let's say you zoomed into something, I don't know, let's just say, like, let's do this. They go in really, really deep into these photos, and they go, oh, look at the person on this lounge chair right here, right in the middle of the screen. See that right there? They got their feet right there. It's like, what are you looking at? I mean, clearly there's nothing there, but a bump right there. So, and that, I guess, it would be the true sense of pareidolia. And now, I'm not saying that, like in some of these Mars photos, some of these things, they kind of look that way, when you see it. But is it shadows or shapes of things in the background that's kind of giving that illusion that it's a person, right? Because my question's always been this. I want you to picture you guys being NASA for a moment. Okay, you are seeing these unedited, raw, and I mean real raw photos, right from the rover itself, given to you. Okay, so now you got a crystal clear photo, shows this stuff to a T. I mean, such great detail. Why would you black out everything that is intelligently made, but leave the people? That wouldn't make much sense to me. I just don't believe that they would do that. Now, could I be wrong? Absolutely. But to me, I see this stuff and I go, I just don't see them. Now, some people claim they do. That doesn't mean I'm right. But I just find it hard to believe that they would take out everything or try to take out everything that's intelligently made, but to leave the people running around. You understand what I'm saying? So so that's why I have a problem with that in a sense. Mike Zuniga, I said, hey, Chris, as always, your channel is awesome. Lunar Anomalies as well. I've been watching this crazy video. You may be familiar with it. 16 feet, a closer look. All those are those dead bodies? I don't know. 16 feet, a closer. I have to check it out. I've never heard of it, to be truthful with you. Oops. Exactly, William. You're right. William Johnson said, or zoom in so much you turn pixels into building blocks. Exactly. And I know people that do a lot of these moon videos and stuff like that. They zoom so far and, oh, look at all these structures in these. No, they're not. They're pixelated or digital artifacts of the photo. You cannot do that. Like, I could be way out like this. Perfect example. Get rid of all of these circles and the highlighted areas, and just this area alone on the left-hand side, this stretched out area right here, you don't have to do a thing to this photo. You can literally see this on the original photo. I'm not doing anything to it. I don't have to zoom in to do that. I can see it from here, even when I zoom in. I can see there's something there that clearly doesn't look natural, and it's sprawled out in this area. And again, this little structure on top of this other platform here, right there, just these little things. But when you zoom in so far, you're literally getting into the photo itself and these digital artifacts. Oh, these are structures. And I see this all the time, people doing moon videos. It's like, oh my God. It's like, now it's very easy to do that. This is the reason why some of you guys will say, I've heard people say on my channel, Chris, can you zoom, zoom, zoom? I can, but this is the problem. The second I go way in, now we're starting to see the digital artifacts of the photo, and I don't want to misconstrue what we're seeing. I want to back out a little bit. And sometimes I can use my magnifier and it's better. It doesn't seem to show these artifacts. This is the reason why I tell people to use magnifiers and it's so much better. If I was to use a magnifier right now, I can see all of these and I can see all the little pieces in here and find some awesome stuff. You go so far in, you start seeing digital artifacts mixed in with what you're trying to show, and it never works out. It's crap. You're right about that, Neil. You're right about that. The guy with his telescope is full of crap. Yeah. The only reason why, and I don't even care any particular person, this is what I have a problem with. It's like I get a little worried when I cannot get a photo myself. In other words, if I was to do videos and never showed you guys the links where you can get these, you'd be like, is this guy making this stuff up? How come we can't see these? How come we can't get these photos? What's going on? I want to question it. So if somebody shows me something in a video that I can't look at myself, meaning back up, maybe go get, let's say there was a video from NASA, which they do have some, and you say, okay, here's the video. Guys, look at these little things behind these astronauts, and nobody's looking at them. And you say, well, where can I find this video? I want to eyeball it myself. Well, then that's what you do. I give you the video. You go check it out. Same thing with these photo links. So you guys get to check them out. You can confirm or deny whatever you think is in this photo. It's up to you. You guys get the last say. But if you just do something and you just make videos and squirrely things in the sky, how do I know that's even true and it's not something you manufactured? How do I know that? There's no way of knowing that. I don't like that kind of video. And that's anybody. That's nobody in particular. And that's being truthful. It could be anybody's video. If you can't show me a photo so I can go check it out, or a video so I can't check it, I don't want it. I don't put too much trust in that particular channel. Yeah, I did, Frank. You can look at it in the video on my lunar anomalies and beyond. And in fact, it should be here too. On this video, the last one I did on Mars, my Mars anomalies and beyond, my latest video. If you look on there, it'll show you the server you can go to, and you got to go to page 50. So you can see like on the pictures, it has, like I said, next, and then on the left-hand corner of the photo, it says previous. And you just click on the one and next until you get to 50, and this is the one you'll see. Problem is you can't zoom into it. That's what sucks. So, I grabbed the photo, and then, of course, I blow this thing up big time so we can actually really zoom into this without it breaking up, and it makes a world of difference. All right, Mike. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. You said, yeah, I think it's called Mars, A Closer Look, 16 feet. Yeah, it kind of does, Rachel. You said a little, that little crater behind that photo with the arrow looks exactly like a mining site, like a mining dune with buildings. Oh, yeah. I mean, you try to figure out what these things are, and of course it's just anybody's guess. But unless, of course, it's something so precise and so, it just stands out like a sore thumb. In other words, there's no denying it. And the other thing, you kind of like, it could be this, it could be that. Like I said, this alone looks like a bridge to me. It looks like right here, just to the right of the circle. Looks like it goes up and over, comes back down this flat area, this white flat area, comes up and over, and then underneath it looks like it has a shadow, like there's a valley underneath it. Now, is it a bridge? No way to tell. It just looks that way. And like I said, it's just pure speculation because we can't really see the good details, right? Mike Hoover, what's going on? I haven't even seen you in there. Did you just get in? Say, hey, Chris, man, love all your brilliant, smart people here. Yeah, they are good people, man. I can't ask for anything else. Ain't a better bunch of people as far as I'm concerned out here. Outside of my channel. With the arrow pointing down. You talking about the first one, Rachel, or the second one? I think you're talking about, it might be the first one. I can't be sure. Scott Duffy, what's going on? He said, hey, Chris, what's happening? Yeah, you're right about that, Rachel. You said, which would make sense because the generator would need to consume it for resources. That's very true. And why would you want to travel to feed this generator, right? So it makes sense. Okay, Mike, you said, yeah, buddy, just slid in. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you said the first arrow. Okay. And you said, well, why do they give you these old washed out photos? Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're crude compared to what you'd have today. But again, they didn't have garbage cameras back then either. Again, if you're going to put an orbiter up there, it makes sense to put the best camera you can find. And these are the same cameras that we would use on orbiters around Earth that can see a license plate on your car. So why are we not seeing pristine, photos with crystal clear details? Because it wasn't meant to be seen that way. They don't, they pass off the garbage detail or the low res photos to us, and they keep the better stuff. I can tell you now, he was in there. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Noodles. I think he fell out. I don't know where he is. Renee Cruz, you said it still looks like the Golden Gate Bridge inside the ginormous crater. I swear to God. Yeah, it kind of does. It just has this, like, it looks like overpasses and, like almost like highway roads or some kind of weird built stuff. Now, is it? I don't know. Is it something that just covers other parts of this, right? It covers other parts of things underneath. I don't know. But it doesn't look like something natural that you would see because there's too many lines running off in different directions, right? Neil, your question's definitely legit. You said, why do we get these crap pictures, LOL? Exactly. There's no need for it. Mike Hoover says they got to be trading helium-3, Chris, because we know damn well they're mining it. Yeah, I mean, if they've been up there all this time, because we think that if they did in fact still keep going to the moon, then you know they've been mining this for quite some time. I mean, we're talking about what? What was the last mission? 1972? Come on. Oh, let's see. Scott, you said there is nothing natural in this picture. Yeah, I mean, you can see some landscape, but I see a whole lot of structures here. Like, it's been like a huge area full of structures and maybe crafts and whatever else is laying here. It just, wow. I seen that with Michael Stark. He said, Aliens on the Moon, Truth Exposed on Sci-Fi was cool. Lots of weird structured bases and interesting interviews. Yeah, it was. Yep. Fabrice Boutard, you said, from which mission is that photo? No, this was taken in 1966 by the LROC, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, rather. Yeah, this was actually taken by it. Again, it's 75 miles off the surface of the moon. And this was one of the photos that was taken. It was uploaded in 1970. So, just cool stuff. Now, I have done, if you go to Lunar Anomalies and Beyond my other channel, you can see that's all it is moon. So you can see photos from the Apollo missions where there's stuff they're hiding in there. We can see photos from the LROC, like this one here. Yeah, I try to do anything about our moon or maybe other moons, but mostly it's ours. Yeah, James, just like, hold on. Okay. It's kind of like what Rachel was saying. You know, he said, Chris, the two structures underneath the two yellow arrows look like massive power stations or two huge generators. What do you think? And we were talking about the same thing, and I believe that could be a possibility. Now, whether it is, I don't know. Again, we can only speculate as to what these things are, but whatever it is, it's there. Renee, yeah, you said, I see I-beams and steel girders inside that crater. I see, like I said, it just looks like overpasses and weird, like roads branching off on top of each other, kind of like you'd see in a busy metropolis area here on Earth, where you got these highways going over each other and going off in different directions and just weird stuff. Brian Norton, great question. You said, Chris, what excuse would NASA give if you asked them about cities on the moon with obvious proof? They go, yeah, it's just a trick of light. That's all it is. It's pareidolia. It's, like we'd like to call it, just swamp gas. That's what it is. It's these large structures are nothing much more than formed swamp gas to make it look like structures. They're not real. It's your eyes playing games with you, of course. Silly you. So, yeah. And, and of course they're just gonna off the top of the show, they're gonna brush it off. So yeah, you know how that goes. Even if you showed them the proof, didn't you like brighten that up something? You could be just seeing shadows. Really? Okay, that's a goofy looking shadow then. Neil, you asked whoever said it's our moon. That's a great question. We call it our moon because it's our satellite to our planet. Now, clearly it was somebody else's moon before it was ours. Let's put it that way. And if it's true, and that's a big question, if it's true, then if the moon was actually brought here, some people say it was towed here and put into position, if that's true, God only knows where this thing came from. So you can imagine the technology. Let's assume this back structure in the back where it looks like just mostly framework. Is it possible it's the way it's built like that purposely, or it was blown to pieces and all you see is the frame left to it? Now you just opened up a whole nother can of worms, because then you can say, okay, what blew that apart? Did they have a war on the moon? Blah, 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 blah. The list goes on and on, right? Rachel, you said this is amazing evidence. This stuff is a smoking gun. Yeah, I mean, like I said, out of all the stuff I've done about the moon, this has got to be the most awesome photo I've ever done. Getting into it and jumping, tearing these things apart. And I was excited, like I said, to bring it. I was trying to get this out, like I said, in the beginning of the week. But like I said, I was doing some other projects with other people and, of course, working and all that other good stuff. Like I said, I'll tell you guys, if I was making the coin here, it'd be great. I'd just jump off my other job, because as far as I'm concerned, it's not like it pays a ton of money, but it does okay. But, to be truthful, I can make more money on these. I could definitely, but I'm not doing it 24/7, so it kind of sucks in that aspect. Pete Ferreira's, your question was, isn't odd Elon doesn't have a lot of interest in the moon? It's all Mars, it's all Mars for Elon. Yeah, he said he'd love to just, he wants to die on Mars. And again, I think if he's actually helping and he's being subcontracted by NASA and probably other companies, then, he's probably in the know, totally privy to what's on the moon, what's on Mars. So he's like, yeah, but I want to go there. There's an atmosphere on Mars. I can live there. Here, not so much. So, this is the reason why he wants to go. It's as simple as that. Neil Bacard, yeah. We haven't heard that saying before. That's no moon. That's a space station. Well, many people say, well, it's probably a lot of structures inside, meaning it's a lot of aliens inside the moon. And then, of course, we're seeing structures outside, meaning on the actual lunar surface. And who might have said there's no way? We don't know. We're seeing this stuff on the top, but, some people, I've seen some other videos where they literally seem like, you'll see like, they're on like other, Beyond Top Secret. You can see where it looks like UFOs are flying out of the craters and stuff like that. That is crazy. So, yeah. Interesting, right? Michael Stocky said, I recall when Chris was speculating about the rules of moon construction permits must be in this shape over there. Specific color scheme to work in the light and dark, the Camel building. Yeah, I mean, again, you just speculate as to what's going on and, you're trying to get your mind to say, okay, what is that object and why is it there? Was it put there by us? Was it, back in the distant past? Was it, if it's not, then, it's just weird, man. You want to let your mind, you want to ask yourself questions. You want to ask other questions to other people and try to come up with the answer, but how do you if you're not there? In other words, if we were to go there, we all went there, and let's say it was the norm. Hey, we're going to go check out the moon today. So you go up there, and you can actually see something, and it said, it had letters and words on it, and they could actually decipher these, and it was by, some kind of race, and it had their name on it, built by so-and-so or whatever, then you go, wow, that is neat. But there's no way of knowing this. They're just, again, all guesses and speculation. Yeah, Neil, he did. Elon Musk strapped a car to the rocket and fired it into space. Yeah, and in fact, it's actually going by Mars now as we speak. So, pretty crazy. Can you imagine a couple of aliens seeing this? Even Elon today, he said, can you imagine? They're going to go, what the heck are these people thinking? Why would they send this thing out in space? So, he did it because he could. That's basically what it come out to. There was no real rational reason. But how do we know that's not some kind of little space probe? In other words, it's got cameras on it, and it's sending information back. How do we know? Just because it ain't built like an actual, like an orbiter or anything like that doesn't mean it's not some kind of probe that just sending out in space. Maybe it's its own space probe, his own, meaning he just wanted to get information from himself. How do we know? Even if it's tumbling out in space and stuff like that, it's taking pictures and sending information back. Yeah, there you go, Neil. First car to crash on Mars. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, Rachel, I heard the same thing you did because you said Elon Musk said in an interview that there is no evidence of alien visitation. LOL, he's in denial. Of course he is. He's in the know. Listen, if we ourselves, and we're just simple people here looking at these moon photos, clearly he probably had access to the real deal photos. Probably said, yeah, guys, I'm in, I'm not going to say anything to anybody. Show me what you got. And then they show him this and they go, holy crap. So he's in the know. And this is the reason why he says, I have no problem getting to Mars. I'd love to just go there and die. Live out the rest of my life and then pass on right there. Why? Why would you want to do that? You're filthy rich. Why would you want to go on a planet that wouldn't support life and you would die on it? Unless you know something nobody else does, or at least the average public doesn't know. Think about it. Renee Cruz, you said, Chris, is there any proof what my Catholic school taught me is a class that Earth and Mars collided creating a moon, or they're just covering up the extraterrestrial alien equation? No, it wasn't Mars and Earth. It was Tiamat that supposedly the moon crashed into and creating the moon. And I think it would have been, what was it, guys? It probably would have been the fifth planet, because now we have the, I'm drawing a blank here, guys. Help me out here. Basically the asteroid belt, or the belt there. So that was, supposedly they say that's a remnant of the planet, and it would have been probably maybe in the fifth planet. So it was supposed to be the Earth and the moon collided, or some stories say it was Mars and Tiamat, but collided and ended up making the moon. But then, of course, the story saying it was towed into our orbit. So what's the real story here? And I don't think we'll ever find out the real truth unless, of course, it actually comes out the real truth, The only thing I could say, Rachel, there's no way of really doing it. You said, can you post a link to this photo with how it's highlighted with those arrows, because I may draw this and post it for everyone to see. You could do a screenshot of this if you want. Make this full screen and just do a screenshot if you want to do that. And I can zoom in a hair bit more. If you don't want to see the other smaller ones, I can zoom this in and like put it like this, like right here. That would probably be your best bet. Or you can screenshot it off the video I did. Either way, this is not moving, which is good. So if you want to do it that way, that may work for you. Stephen Starfield, he says, it's possible that a renegade group of aliens are planning to dupe humanity onto their ships, the Great Deception, and offer help when things get desperate enough. Well, people could fall for that, right? Very good possibility. Absolutely. Very good possibility. Of course, I'd be a little weary about that. And they said, yeah, like you said, a harvest. It's like, yeah, just come with us. We'll take care of you. Yeah, right. It's like, all right, time to do the probing. Oh, God. Everybody run. That's when you wear steel underwear with a lock on it. That's basically a chastity belt. James Cragen, Chris, you don't believe none of that because the moon is perfectly shaped and the distance from Earth and the sun to the moon has odds of 1 trillion. No way, natural. Oh, no, there's definitely no way. It's hard to say whether the moon is actually completely artificial. I'm kind of on the fence about that, and I think either way would work. Where you can see them on the lunar surface, and I believe that they're probably huge cities inside the moon. maybe giant cavernous areas, again, like here on Earth, where there was lava once flowed. And this is what they were talking about, maybe when they go on a mission to the moon, that they want to utilize these lava tubes and build structures in there, where it would actually keep you basically blocked from the solar radiation, right? So I believe that's what they're talking about, or is it for something else? Again, even if they said tomorrow, let's say the launch was tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're going to the moon. We're gonna go check things out. We're gonna build inside there. Whatever. So unless you're showing us blow by blow what you're doing here, we're never gonna see the real deal. That's for sure. There you go, Bobby. We're all being turned into batteries. We need your energy. I'm trying to find it, Brian. Saying scroll up, and I'm trying. That must be way up there. Oh, I already answered that question. We're good. Let me go down, back down here. Well, that's a great question, Neil Picard. You said, why would such an advanced race live on such a small moon, so close to the planet, so rich in resources? Surely they are full control of their livestock. Well, here's the thing. Here's a weird question for you guys. It is a small moon, we know that, but it's big. It's a large satellite for its parenting planet, which is Earth. My question is, how do we know how big these aliens even are? They could be half our size. So these structures would be gigantic to them, and I mean extremely gigantic. We don't know if they're half the size of us. So this moon maybe appear like an Earth to them, meaning the size of it, because they're smaller. And is it possible they just built a base on there? Because, again, maybe they were mining the moon itself. And maybe they were living on Earth, but they were, again, is it possible it might have been us thousands and thousands of years ago on our first cycle of life here on Earth? Now we're in the fifth cycle. Maybe we were technologically advanced thousands upon thousands of years ago, and we were mining the moon to begin with. And then, of course, we had catastrophic events here on Earth, and it pretty much killed off everybody on the planet. We had to start back off like in the Dark Ages and then come back up. And now we are where we are in the fifth cycle. So is it possible this was us thousands of years ago, and we're now just going back to it? I mean, it's pure speculation again, but it's something to think about. It's kind of like, well, I mean, is that possible? I don't think it's impossible. And you know, maybe we lived on this planet all this time, but we just kept going back. We had bases on there. We were able to mine the moon and do all kinds of stuff, you know. That would be interesting. You said, imagine using a planet as a vessel. Yeah, that would be crazy. Oh, let's see. William Johnson says, it was cool for sure, Chris. Gotta go. Take care of shop cats. Put food away ahead of the raccoons. I think you set a personal best on content and airtime. 4 hours. Yeah, I was just going to say we're jumping off this bad boy. So, yeah. See you next Hangout. Bye. All right, William, appreciate you. Have yourself a good evening and a good weekend there. We are going to do the same, guys. We're going to jump on off of this. It was a great Hangout. You guys are awesome. Listen, guys, personal best. Everybody's best. You can all give yourself a pat on the back. Great conversation. Look at the thumbs up on this. Oh, my God. That's just awesome. A lot of people jumped on this. A lot of good conversation. I was actually thinking about doing a Gigapan, but I was like, you know what? This is a lot better than the Gigapan. And There's a lot to talk about. Great support. No matter what support it is, you guys are awesome. And by the way, if you guys haven't hit the thumbs up, just out of curiosity, if anybody else has jumped in the lake, go ahead and hit it. But again, I can't thank you guys enough of just being the community that you are. Great bunch of people. And I couldn't ask for, just better people, period. Let me jump back in there real quick. Here we are. So, yeah. I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart, everybody being here. Again, the great support. Just a great hangout. I think every week we just have great hangouts. And like I said, I've been to other hangouts and I'm really not impressed. When you get a great bunch of people, they're not arguing with each other, not looking to destroy another channel somewhere, just having a great time, positive vibes, doing our own thing. It just makes a world of difference and makes a great Friday evening hangout. Well, Saturday morning for some of you folks. So, yeah. But anyway, guys, thanks for being here. I do appreciate you all. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Much love to everybody. Everybody be safe. I don't know about you guys, but the corona's like exploding around here. People are not, paying no mind and not doing the right thing. So, we'll probably have shutdowns again because people are just not listening. But just be safe. Watch out for you and your family. Just be safe and just stay away from that trash. Rachel, love you too. You said, have a great night, Chris. We love you. Much love to everybody here. You said, night all, love you. Leslie, like I said, look at this. Great bunch of people. I've never, and I think it's kind of like, almost like we all know each other, right? Like we would know, if we could all just get into a building right now, we'd all be like, oh, this is awesome. It'd be the same way it is now. The only difference is you guys be able to voice yourselves, right? But, James, you said unreal, honestly, Chris. Holy cow. But, yeah, Kyle, appreciate you, brother. David Clark, night all. So, yeah, I mean, guys, give yourself a pat on the back. This channel is nothing without you guys. You guys know that. And the conversations are nothing without having people to talk to. So, everybody give yourself a pat on the back. Everybody be safe. Love yous all. Have a great weekend coming up. Well, we're pretty much on the cusp of it anyway. But everybody have a great weekend and enjoy. Be safe. We'll catch you guys later, man. And by the way, don't forget to sub to the Lunar Anomalies and Beyond if you haven't. And I'm going to have a video coming up on Mars, and that should be out. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make sure it's definitely out for Monday, get it kicked out for you guys. So just be on the lookout.